Chapter 15 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. St. Anton. 10 days later the porter Joseph Zimmer of Arosa, clad in the tough and shapeless trousers of his class, but sporting an old velveteen shooting coat bequeathed to him by a former German master, speaking the guttural tongue of the Grisons, and with all his belongings in one massive rucksack, came out of the little station of St. Anton and blinked in the frosty sunshine. He looked down upon the little old village beside its ice-bound lake, but his business was with the new village of hotels and villas which had sprung up in the last 10 years south of the station. He made some halting inquiries of the station people, and a cab driver outside finally directed him to the place he sought, the cottage of the widow Zummermatter, where resided an English interne, one Peter Pienaar. The porter, Joseph Zimmer, had had a long and roundabout journey. A fortnight before he had worn the uniform of a British Major General. As such he had been the inmate of an expensive Paris hotel, till one morning in grey tweed clothes and with a limp he had taken the Paris Mediterranean Express with a ticket for an officers' convalescent home at Cannes. Thereafter he had declined in the social scale. At Dijon he had been still an Englishman, but at Pontarlier he had become an American bagman of Swiss parentage, returning to wind up his father's estate. At Berne he limped excessively, and at Zurich, at a little back street hotel, he became frankly the peasant. For he met a friend there from whom he acquired clothes with that odd rank smell, far stronger than Harris tweed, which marks the raiment of most Swiss guides and all Swiss porters. He also acquired a new name and an old aunt, who a little later received him with open arms and explained to her friends that he was her brother's son from Arosa, who 3 winters ago had hurt his leg woodcutting and had been discharged from the levee. A kindly Swiss gentleman, as it chanced, had heard of the deserving Joseph, and interested himself to find him employment. The said philanthropist made a hobby of the French and British prisoners returned from Germany, and had in mind an officer, a crabbed South African with a bad leg, who needed a servant. He was, it seemed, an ill-tempered old fellow, who had to be billeted alone, and since he could speak German, he would be happier with a Swiss native. Joseph haggled somewhat over the wages, but on his aunt's advice he accepted the job, and with a very complete set of papers and a store of ready-made reminiscences — it took him some time to swat up the names of the peaks and passes he had traversed — set out for St. Anton, having dispatched beforehand a monstrously ill-spelt letter announcing his coming. He could barely read and write, but he was good at maps, which he had studied carefully, and he noticed with satisfaction that the valley of St. Anton gives easy access to Italy. As he journeyed south, the reflections of that porter would have surprised his fellow travellers in the stuffy third-class carriage. He was thinking of a conversation he had had some days before in a café at Dijon with a young Englishman bound for Modane. We had bumped up against each other by chance in that strange flitting when all went to different places at different times, asking nothing of each other's business. Wake had greeted me rather shamefacedly, and had proposed dinner together. I am not good at receiving apologies, and Wake's embarrassed me more than they embarrassed him. "I'm a bit of a cad sometimes," he said. "You know, I'm a better fellow than I sounded that night, Hannay." I mumbled something about not talking rot, the conventional phrase. What worried me was that the man was suffering. You could see it in his eyes. But that evening I got nearer Wake than ever before, and he and I became true friends, for he laid bare his soul before me. That was his trouble, that he could lay bare his soul, for ordinary healthy folk don't analyse their feelings. Wake did, and I think it brought him relief. Don't think I was ever your rival. I would no more have proposed to Mary than I would have married one of her aunts. She was so sure of herself, so happy in her single-heartedness, that she terrified me. My type of man is not meant for marriage, for women must be in the centre of life, and we must always be standing aside and looking on. It is a damnable thing to be left-handed." "The trouble about you, my dear chap," I said, "is that you're too hard to please." "That's one way of putting it. I should put it more harshly. I hate more than I love. All we humanitarians and pacifists have hatred as our mainspring. Odd, isn't it, for people who preach brotherly love? But it's the truth. We're full of hate towards everything that doesn't square in with our ideas, everything that jars on our ladylike nerves. Fellows like you are so in love with their cause that they've no time or inclination to detest what thwarts them. We've no cause, only negatives, and that means hatred and self-torture and a beastly jaundice of soul. Then I knew that Wake's fault was not spiritual pride, as I had diagnosed it at Biggleswick. The man was abased with humility. "I see more than other people see," he went on, "and I feel more. That's the curse on me. You're a happy man, and you get things done, because you only see one side of a case, one thing at a time. How would you like it if 1,000 strings were always tugging at you, if you saw that every course meant the sacrifice of lovely and desirable things, or even the shattering of what you know to be unreplaceable? I'm the kind of stuff poets are made of, but I haven't got the poet's gift, so I stagger about the world left-handed and game-legged. Take the war. For me to fight would be worse than for another man to run away. From the bottom of my heart I believe that it needn't have happened, and that all war is a blistering iniquity. And yet belief has got very little to do with virtue. I'm not as good a man as you, Hannay, who have never thought out anything in your life. My time in the Labour Battalion taught me something. I knew that with all my fine aspirations I wasn't as true a man as fellows whose talk was silly oaths and who didn't care a tinker's curse about their soul. I remember that I looked at him with a sudden understanding. "I think I know you. You're the sort of chap who won't fight for his country because he can't be sure that she's altogether in the right, but he'd cheerfully die for her, right or wrong." His face relaxed in a slow smile. "Queer that you should say that. I think it's pretty near the truth. Men like me aren't afraid to die, but they haven't quite the courage to live. Every man should be happy in a service like you when he obeys orders. I couldn't get on in any service. I lack the bump of veneration. I can't swallow things merely because I'm told to. My sort are always talking about service, but we haven't the temperament to serve. I'd give all I have to be an ordinary cog in the wheel instead of a confounded outsider who finds fault with the machinery. Take a great, violent, high-handed fellow like you. You can sink yourself till you become only a name and a number. I couldn't if I tried. I'm not sure I want to either. I cling to the odds and ends that are my own." "I wish I had had you in my battalion a year ago," I said. "No, you don't. I'd only have been a nuisance. I've been a Fabian since Oxford, but you're a better socialist than me. I'm a rancid individualist." "But you must be feeling better about the war?" I asked. "Not a bit of it. I'm still lusting for the heads of the politicians that made it and continue it. But I want to help my country. Honestly, Hannay, I love the old place. More, I think, than I love myself, and that's saying a devilish lot. Short of fighting, which would be to sin against the Holy Spirit for me, I'll do my damnedest. But you'll remember I'm not used to teamwork. If I'm a jealous player, beat me over the head." His voice was almost wistful, and I liked him enormously. "Blenkiron will see to that," I said. "We're going to break you to harness, Wake, and then you'll be a happy man. You keep your mind on the game and forget about yourself. That's the cure for jibbers." As I journeyed to St. Anton, I thought a lot about that talk. He was quite right about Mary, who would never have married him. A man with such an angular soul couldn't fit into another's. And then I thought that the chief thing about Mary was just her serene certainty. Her eyes had that settled, happy look that I remembered to have seen only in one other human face, and that was Peter's. But I wondered if Peter's eyes were still the same. I found the cottage, a little wooden thing which had been left perched on its knoll when the big hotels grew around it. It had a fence in front, but behind it was open to the hillside. At the gate stood a bent old woman with a face like a pippin. My make-up must have been good, for she accepted me before I introduced myself. "God be thanked you are come," she cried. "The poor lieutenant needed a man to keep him company. He sleeps now, as he does always in the afternoon, for his leg wearies him in the night. But he is brave, like a soldier. Come, I will show you the house, for you two will be alone now." Stepping softly, she led me indoors, pointing with a warning finger to the little bedroom where Peter slept. I found a kitchen with a big stove and a rough floor of planking, on which lay some badly cured skins. Off it was a sort of pantry with a bed for me. She showed me the pots and pans for cooking, and the stores she had laid in, and where to find water and fuel. "I will do the marketing daily," she said, "and if you need me, my dwelling is half a mile up the road beyond the new church. God be with you, young man, and be kind to that wounded one." When the widow Zumamata had departed, I sat down in Peter's armchair and took stock of the place. It was quiet and simple and homely, and through the window came the gleam of snow on the diamond hills. On the table beside the stove were Peter's cherished belongings, his buckskin pouch and the pipe which Janny Grobbelaar had carved for him in St. Helena, an aluminium field matchbox I had given him, a cheap large print Bible such as padres present to well-disposed privates, and an old battered Pilgrim's Progress with gaudy pictures. The illustration at which I opened showed Faithful going up to heaven from the fire of Vanity Fair like a woodcock that has just been flushed. Everything in the room was exquisitely neat, and I knew that that was Peter and not the widow Zumamata. On a peg behind the door hung his much-mended coat, and sticking out of a pocket I recognized a sheaf of my own letters. In one corner stood something which I had forgotten about, an invalid chair. The sight of Peter's plain little oddments made me feel solemn. I wondered if his eyes would be like Mary's now, for I could not conceive what life would be for him as a cripple. Very silently I opened the bedroom door and slipped inside. He was lying on a camp bedstead with one of those striped Swiss blankets pulled up round his ears, and he was asleep. It was the old Peter beyond doubt. He had the hunter's gift of breathing evenly through his nose, and the white scar on the deep brown of his forehead was what I had always remembered. The only change since I last saw him was that he had let his beard grow again, and it was grey. As I looked at him, the remembrance of all we had been through together flooded back upon me, and I could have cried with joy at being beside him. Women, bless their hearts, can never know what long comradeship means to men. It is something not in their lives, something that belongs only to that wild, undomesticated world which we forswear when we find our mates. Even Mary understood only a bit of it. I had just won her love, which was the greatest thing that ever came my way, but if she had entered at that moment I would scarcely have turned my head. I was back again in the old life and was not thinking of the new. Suddenly I saw that Peter was awake and was looking at me. "Dick," he said in a whisper, "Dick, my old friend." The blanket was tossed off and his long lean arms were stretched out to me. I gripped his hands and for a little we did not speak. Then I saw how woefully he had changed. His left leg had shrunk and from the knee down was like a pipe stem. His face, when awake, showed the lines of hard suffering, and he seemed shorter by half a foot. But his eyes were still like Mary's. Indeed, they seemed to be more patient and peaceful than in the days when he sat beside me on the buck wagon and peered over the hunting veldt. I picked him up, he was no heavier than Mary, and carried him to his chair beside the stove. Then I boiled water and made tea, as we had so often done together. "Peter, old man," I said, "we're on trek again, and this is a very snug little rendezvous. We've had many good yarns, but this is going to be the best. First of all, how about your health?" "Good. I'm a strong man again, but slow, like a hippo cow. I have been lonely sometimes, but that is all by now. Tell me of the big battles." But I was hungry for news of him and kept him to his own case. He had no complaint of his treatment except that he did not like Germans. The doctors at the hospital had been clever, he said, and had done their best for him, but nerves and sinews and small bones had been so wrecked that they could not mend his leg, and Peter had all the Boer's dislike of amputation. One doctor had been in Damaraland and talked to him of those baked sunny places and made him homesick. But he returned always to his dislike of Germans. He had seen them herding our soldiers like brute beasts, and the commandant had a face like Stumm and a chin that stuck out and wanted hitting. He made an exception for the great airman Lensch, who had downed him. "He is a white man, that one," he said. "He came to see me in hospital and told me a lot of things. I think he made them treat me well. He is a big man, Dick, who would make two of me, and he has a round, merry face and pale eyes like Frickie Celliers, who could put a bullet through a paw's head at 200 yards. He said he was sorry I was lame, for he hoped to have more fights with me. Some woman that tells fortunes had said that I would be the end of him, but he reckoned she had got the thing the wrong way on. I hope he will come through this war, for he is a good man, though a German. But the others, they are like the fool in the Bible, fat and ugly in good fortune, and proud and vicious when their luck goes. They are not a people to be happy with." Then he told me that to keep his spirits he had amused himself with playing a game. He had prided himself on being a Boer, and spoke coldly of the British. He had also, I gathered, imparted many things calculated to deceive. So he left Germany with good marks, and at Switzerland had held himself aloof from the other British wounded, on the advice of Blenkiron, who had met him as soon as he crossed the frontier. I gathered it was Blenkiron who had him sent to St. Anton, and in his time there, as a disgruntled Boer, he had mixed a good deal with Germans. They had pumped him about our air service, and Peter had told them many ingenious lies, and heard curious things in return. "They are working hard, Dick," he said. "Never forget that. The German is a stout enemy, and when we beat him with a machine he sweats till he has invented a new one. They have great pilots, but never so many good ones as we, and I do not think in ordinary fighting they can ever beat us. But you must watch Lensch, for I fear him. He has a new machine, I hear, with great engines and a short wing spread, but the wings so cambered that he can climb fast. That will be a surprise to spring upon us. You will say that we'll soon better it. So we shall, but if it was used at a time when we were pushing hard, it might make the little difference that loses battles." "You mean," I said, "that if we had a great attack ready, and had driven all the Boche planes back from our front, Lensch and his circus might get over in spite of us and blow the gaff?" "Yes," he said solemnly. "Or if we were attacked and had a weak spot, Lensch might show the Germans where to get through. I do not think we are going to attack for a long time, but I am pretty sure that Germany is going to fling every man against us. That is the talk of my friends, and it is not bluff." That night I cooked our modest dinner, and we smoked our pipes with the stove door open and the good smell of wood smoke in our nostrils. I told him of all my doings, and of the wild birds and ivory and the job we were engaged on. Blenkiron's instructions were that we too should live humbly and keep our eyes and ears open, for we were outside suspicion, the cantankerous lame Boer and his loutish servant from Arosa. Somewhere in the place was a rendezvous of our enemies, and thither came Callias on his dark errands. Peter nodded his head sagely. "I think I have guessed the place. The daughter of the old woman used to pull my chair sometimes down to the village, and I have sat in cheap inns and talked to servants. There is a fresh water pan there. It is all covered with snow now, and beside it there is a big house that they call the Pink Chalet. I do not know much about it, except that rich folk live in it, for I know the other houses and they are harmless. Also the big hotels, which are too cold and public for strangers to meet in." I put Peter to bed, and it was a joy to me to look after him, to give him his tonic and prepare the hot water bottle that comforted his neuralgia. His behaviour was like a docile child's, and he never lapsed from his sunny temper, though I could see how his leg gave him hell. They had tried massage for it and had given up, and there was nothing for him but to endure till nature and his tough constitution deadened the tortured nerves again. I shifted my bed out of the pantry and slept in the room with him, and when I woke in the night, as one does the first time in a strange place, I could tell by his breathing that he was wakeful and suffering. Next day a bath chair containing a grizzled cripple and pushed by a limping peasant might have been seen descending the long hill to the village. It was clear frosty weather, which makes the cheeks tingle, and I felt so full of beans that it was hard to remember my game leg. The valley was shut in on the east by a great mass of rocks and glaciers, belonging to a mountain whose top could not be seen. But on the south, above the snowy fir woods, there was a most delicate lace-like peak with a point like a needle. I looked at it with interest, for beyond it lay the valley which led to the Staub Pass, and beyond that was Italy and Mary. The old village of St Anton had one long narrow street which bent at right angles to a bridge which spanned the river flowing from the lake. Thence the road climbed steeply, but at the other end of the street it ran on the level by the water's edge, lined with gimcrack boarding houses now shuttered to the world, and a few villas and patches of garden. At the far end, just before it plunged into a pine wood, a promontory jutted into the lake, leaving a broad space between the road and the water. Here were the grounds of a more considerable dwelling, snow-covered laurels and rhododendrons, with one or two bigger trees, and just on the water edge stood the house itself, called the Pink Chalet. I wheeled Peter past the entrance on the crackling snow of the highway. Seen through the gaps of the trees, the front looked new, but the back part seemed to be of some age, for I could see high walls, broken by few windows, hanging over the water. The place was no more a chalet than a dungeon, but I suppose the name was given in honour of a wooden gallery above the front door. The whole thing was washed in an ugly pink. There were outhouses, garage or stables among the trees, and at the entrance there were fairly recent tracks of an automobile. On our way back we had some very bad beer in a cafe and made friends with the woman who kept it. Peter had to tell her his story, and I trotted out my aunt in Zurich, and in the end we heard her grievances. She was a true Swiss, angry at all the belligerents who had spoiled their livelihood, hating Germany most, but also fearing her most. Coffee, tea, fuel, bread, even milk and cheese were hard to get and cost a ransom. It would take the land years to recover, and there would be no more tourists, for there was little money left in the world. I dropped a question about the Pink Chalet, and was told that it belonged to one Schweigler, a professor of Bern, an old man who came sometimes for a few days in the summer. It was often let, but not now. Asked if it was occupied, she remarked that some friends of the Schweiglers, rich people from Basel, had been there for the winter. They come and go in great cars, she said bitterly, and they bring their food from the cities. They spend no money in this poor place. Presently Peter and I fell into a routine of life, as if we had always kept house together. In the morning he went abroad in his chair, and in the afternoon I would hobble about on my own errands. We sank into the background and took its colour, and a less conspicuous pair never faced the eye of suspicion. Once a week a young Swiss officer, whose business it was to look after British wounded, paid us a hurried visit. I used to get letters from my aunt in Zurich, and sometimes with the postmark of a rosa, and now and then these letters would contain curiously worded advice or instructions from him whom my aunt called the kind patron. Generally I was told to be patient. Sometimes I had a word about the health of my little cousin across the mountains. Once I was bidden expect a friend of the patron's, the wise doctor of whom he had often spoken, but though after that I shadowed the Pink Chalet for 2 days, no doctor appeared. My investigations were a barren business. I used to go down to the village in the afternoon and sit in an out-of-the-way cafe, talking slow German with peasants and hotel porters, but there was little to learn. I knew all there was to hear about the Pink Chalet, and that was nothing. A young man who skied stayed for 3 nights and spent his days on the Alps above the fir woods. A party of 4, including 2 women, were reported to have been there for a night, all ramifications of the rich family of Basel. I studied the house from the lake, which should have been nicely swept into ice rinks, but from lack of visitors was a heap of blown snow. The high old walls of the back part were built straight from the water's edge. I remember I tried a short cut through the grounds to the high road and was given good afternoon by a smiling German manservant. One way and another I gathered there were a good many serving men about the place, too many for the infrequent guests. But beyond this I discovered nothing. Not that I was bored, for I had always Peter to turn to. He was thinking a lot about South Africa, and the thing he liked best was to go over with me every detail of our old expeditions. They belonged to a life which he could think about without pain, whereas the war was too near and bitter for him. He liked to hobble out of doors after the darkness came, and look at his old friends, the stars. He called them by the words they use on the veldt, and the first star of morning he called the voorloper, the little boy who inspans the oxen, a name I had not heard for 20 years. Many a great yarn was spun in the long evenings, but I always went to bed with a sore heart. The longing in his eyes was too urgent, longing not for old days or far countries, but for the health and strength which had once been his pride. One night I told him about Mary. "She will be a happy mizzy," he said, "but you will need to be very clever with her, for women are queer cattle, and you and I don't know their ways. They tell me English women do not cook and make clothes like our vrouws, so what will she find to do? I doubt an idle woman would be like a mealy-fed horse." It was no good explaining to him the kind of girl Mary was, for that was a world entirely beyond his ken. But I could see that he felt lonelier than ever at my news. So I told him of the house I meant to have in England when the war was over, an old house in a green hilly country, with fields that would carry 4 head of cattle to the morgen, and furrows of clear water, and orchards of plums and apples. "And you will stay with us all the time," I said. "You will have your own rooms and your own boy to look after you, and you will help me to farm, and we will catch fish together, and shoot the wild ducks when they come up from the pans in the evening. I have found a better countryside than the Houtbosch, where you and I plan to have a farm. It is a blessed and happy place, England." He shook his head. "You are a kind man, Dick, but your pretty Missy won't want an ugly old fellow like me hobbling about her house. I do not think I will get back to Africa, for I should be sad there in the sun. I will find a little place in England, and some day I will visit you, old friend." That night his stoicism seemed for the first time to fail him. He was silent for a long time and went early to bed, where I can vouch for it he did not sleep. But he must have thought a lot in the night time, for in the morning he had got himself in hand and was as cheerful as a sandboy. I watched his philosophy with amazement. It was far beyond anything I could have compassed myself. He was so frail and so poor, for he had never had anything in the world but his bodily fitness, and he had lost that now. And remember, he had lost it after some months of glittering happiness, for in the air he had found the element for which he had been born. Sometimes he dropped a hint of those days when he lived in the clouds and invented a new kind of battle, and his voice always grew hoarse. I could see that he ached with longing for their return, and yet he never had a word of complaint. That was the ritual he had set himself, his point of honour, and he faced the future with the same kind of courage as that with which he had tackled a wild beast or Lensch himself. Only it needed a far bigger brand of fortitude. Another thing was that he had found religion. I doubt if that is the right way to put it, for he had always had it. Men who live in the wilds know they are in the hands of God. But his old kind had been a tattered thing, more like heathen superstition, though it had always kept him humble. But now he had taken to reading the Bible, and to thinking in his lonely nights, and he had got a creed of his own. I dare say it was crude enough. I am sure it was unorthodox. But if the proof of religion is that it gives a man a prop in bad days, then Peter's was the real thing. He used to ferret about in the Bible and the Pilgrim's Progress, they were both equally inspired in his eyes, and find texts which he interpreted in his own way to meet his case. He took everything quite literally. What happened 3,000 years ago in Palestine might, for all he minded, have been going on next door. I used to chaff him and tell him that he was like the Kaiser, very good at fitting the Bible to his purpose, but his sincerity was so complete that he only smiled. I remember one night when he had been thinking about his flying days, he found a passage in Thessalonians about the dead rising to meet their Lord in the air, and that cheered him a lot. Peter, I could see, had the notion that his time here wouldn't be very long, and he liked to think that when he got his release he would find once more the old rapture. Once, when I said something about his patience, he said he had got to try to live up to Mr. Standfast. He had fixed on that character to follow, though he would have preferred Mr. Valiant for truth if he thought himself good enough. He used to talk about Mr. Standfast in his queer way as if he were a friend of us both, like Blenkiron. I tell you I was humbled out of all my pride by the sight of Peter, so uncomplaining and gentle and wise. The Almighty himself couldn't have made a prig out of him, and he never would have thought of preaching. Only once did he give me advice. I had always a liking for short-cuts, and I was getting a bit restive under the long inaction. One day, when I expressed my feelings on the matter, Peter upped and read from the Pilgrim's Progress. Some also have wished that the next way to their Father's house was here, that they might be troubled no more with either hills or mountains to go over, but the way is the way, and there is an end. All the same, when we got into March and nothing happened, I grew pretty anxious. Blenkiron had said we were fighting against time, and here were the weeks slipping away. His letters came occasionally, always in the shape of communications from my aunt. One told me that I would soon be out of a job, for Peter's repatriation was just about through, and he might get his movement order any day. Another spoke of my little cousin over the hills, and said that she hoped soon to be going to a place called Santa Chiara in the Val Saluzzana. I got out the map in a hurry and measured the distance from there to San Anton, and pored over the two roads thither, the short one by the Staub Pass and the long one by the Mariolana. These letters made me think that things were nearing a climax, but still no instructions came. I had nothing to report in my own messages. I had discovered nothing in the Pink Chalet but idle servants. I was not even sure if the Pink Chalet were a harmless villa. And I hadn't come within 1,000 miles of finding Chelius. All my desire to imitate Peter's stoicism didn't prevent me from getting occasionally rattled and despondent. The one thing I could do was to keep fit, for I had a notion I might soon want all my bodily strength. I had to keep up my pretense of lameness in the daytime, so I used to take my exercise at night. I would sleep in the afternoon when Peter had his siesta, and then about 10 in the evening, after putting him to bed, I would slip out of doors and go for a 4 or 5 hours tramp. Wonderful were those midnight wanderings. I pushed up through the snow-laden pines to the ridges where the snow lay in great wreaths and scallops, till I stood on a crest with the frozen world at my feet, and above me a host of glittering stars. Once, on a night of full moon, I reached the glacier at the valley head, scrambled up the moraine to where the ice began, and peered fearfully into the spectral crevasses. At such hours I had the earth to myself, for there was not a sound except the slipping of a burden of snow from the trees, or the crack and rustle which reminded me that a glacier was a moving river. The war seemed very far away, and I felt the littleness of our human struggles, till I thought of Peter turning from side to side to find ease in the cottage far below me. Then I realized that the spirit of man was the greatest thing in this spacious world. I would get back about 3 or 4, have a bath in the water which had been warming in my absence, and creep into bed, almost ashamed of having 2 sound legs, when a better man a yard away had but one. Oddly enough, at these hours there seemed more life in the Pink Chalet than by day. Once, tramping across the lake long after midnight, I saw lights in the lakefront, in windows which for ordinary were blank and shuttered. Several times I cut across the grounds when the moon was dark. On one such occasion a great car with no lights swept up the drive, and I heard low voices at the door. Another time a man ran hastily past me and entered the house by a little door on the eastern side, which I had not before noticed. Slowly the conviction began to grow on me that we were not wrong in marking down this place, that things went on within it which it deeply concerned us to discover. But I was puzzled to think of a way. I might butt inside, but for all I knew it would be upsetting Blenkiron's plans, for he had given me no instructions about housebreaking. All this unsettled me worse than ever. I began to lie awake, planning some means of entrance. I would be a peasant from the next valley who had twisted his ankle. I would go seeking an imaginary cousin among the servants. I would start a fire in the place and have the doors flung open to zealous neighbours. And then suddenly I got instructions in a letter from Blenkiron. It came inside a parcel of warm socks that arrived from my kind aunt. But the letter for me was not from her. It was in Blenkiron's large sprawling hand, and the style of it was all his own. He told me that he had about finished his job. He had got his line on Chelius, who was the bird he expected, and that bird would soon wing its way southward across the mountains for the reason I knew of. "We've got an almighty move on," he wrote, "and please God you're going to hustle some in the next week. It's going better than I ever hoped." But something was still to be done. He had struck a countryman, one Clarence Dunn, a journalist of Kansas City, whom he had taken into the business. Him he described as a crackerjack and commended to my esteem. He was coming to St. Anton, for there was a game afoot at the Pink Chalet which he would give me news of. I was to meet him next evening at 9:15 at the little door in the east end of the house. "For the love of Mike, Dick," he concluded, "be on time and do everything Clarence tells you as if he was me. It's a mighty complex affair, but you and he have sand enough to pull through. Don't worry about your little cousin. She's safe and out of the job now." My first feeling was one of immense relief, especially at the last words. I read the letter a dozen times to make sure I had its meaning. A flash of suspicion crossed my mind that it might be a fake, principally because there was no mention of Peter, who had figured large in the other missives. But why should Peter be mentioned when he wasn't on in this piece? The signature convinced me. Ordinarily Blenkiron signed himself in full, with a fine commercial flourish. But when I was at the front he had got into the habit of making a kind of hieroglyphic of his surname to me and sticking J.S. after it in a bracket. That was how this letter was signed, and it was sure proof it was all right. I spent that day and the next in wild spirits. Peter spotted what was on, though I did not tell him for fear of making him envious. I had to be extra kind to him, for I could see that he ached to have a hand in the business. Indeed, he asked shyly if I couldn't fit him in, and I had to lie about it and say it was only another of my aimless circumnavigations of the Pink Chalet. "Try and find me something where I can help," he pleaded. "I'm pretty strong still, though I'm lame, and I can shoot a bit." I declared that he would be used in time, that Blenkiron had promised he would be used, but for the life of me I couldn't see how. At 9 o'clock on the evening appointed, I was on the lake opposite the house, close in under the shore, making my way to the rendezvous. It was a coal black night, for though the air was clear, the stars were shining with a little light, and the moon had not yet risen. With a premonition that I might be long away from food, I had brought some slabs of chocolate, and my pistol and torch were in my pocket. It was bitter cold, but I had ceased to mind weather, and I wore my one suit and no overcoat. The house was like a tomb for silence. There was no crack of light anywhere, and none of those smells of smoke and food which proclaim habitation. It was an eerie job scrambling up the steep bank east of the place to where the flat of the garden started in a darkness so great that I had to grope my way like a blind man. I found the little door by feeling along the edge of the building. Then I stepped into an adjacent clump of laurels to wait on my companion. He was there before me. "Say," I heard a rich Middle West voice whisper, "are you Joseph Zimmer? I'm not shouting any names, but I guess you are the guy I was told to meet here." "Mr. Dunn?" I whispered back. "The same," he replied. "Shake." I gripped a gloved and mittened hand which drew me towards the door. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. I Lie on a Hard Bed. The journalist from Kansas City was a man of action. He wasted no words in introducing himself or unfolding his plan of campaign. "You've got to follow me, mister, and not deviate 1 inch from my tracks. The explaining part will come later. There's big business in this shack tonight." He unlocked the little door with scarcely a sound, slid the crust of snow from his boots, and preceded me into a passage as black as a cellar. The door swung smoothly behind us, and after the sharp out of doors the air smelled stuffy as the inside of a safe. A hand reached back to make sure that I followed. We appeared to be in a flagged passage under the main level of the house. My hobnailed boots slipped on the floor, and I steadied myself on the wall, which seemed to be of undressed stone. Mr. Dunn moved softly and assuredly, for he was better shod for the job than me, and his guiding hand came back constantly to make sure of my whereabouts. I remember that I felt just as I had felt when on that August night I had explored the crevice of the Coolin, the same sense that something queer was going to happen, the same recklessness and contentment. Moving a foot at a time with immense care, we came to a right-hand turning. 2 shallow steps led us to another passage, and then my groping hand struck a blind wall. The American was beside me, and his voice was close to my ear. "Got to crawl now," he whispered. "You lead, mister, while I shed this coat of mine. 8 feet on your stomach, and then upright." I wriggled through a low tunnel, broad enough to take 3 men abreast, but not 2 feet high. Halfway through I felt suffocated, for I never liked holes, and I had a momentary anxiety as to what we were after in this cellar pilgrimage. Presently I smelt free air and got onto my knees. "Right, mister?" came a whisper from behind. My companion seemed to be waiting till I was through before he followed. "Right," I answered, and very carefully rose to my feet. Then something happened behind me. There was a jar and a bump as if the roof of the tunnel had subsided. I turned sharply and groped at the mouth. I stuck my leg down and found a block. "Dunn," I said as loud as I dared, "are you hurt? Where are you?" But no answer came. Even then I thought only of an accident. Something had miscarried, and I was cut off in the cellars of an unfriendly house, away from the man who knew the road and had a plan in his head. I was not so much frightened as exasperated. I turned from the tunnel mouth and groped into the darkness before me. I might as well prospect the kind of prison into which I had blundered. I took 3 steps, no more. My feet seemed suddenly to go from me and fly upward. So sudden was it that I fell heavy and dead like a log, and my head struck the floor with a crash that for a moment knocked me senseless. I was conscious of something falling on me and of an intolerable pressure on my chest. I struggled for breath and found my arms and legs pinned and my whole body in a kind of a wooden vice. I was sick with concussion and could do nothing but gasp and choke down my nausea. The cut in the back of my head was bleeding freely, and that helped to clear my wits, but I lay for a moment or two incapable of thought. I shut my eyes tight, as a man does when he is fighting with a swoon. When I opened them there was light. It came from the left side of the room, the broad glare of a strong electric torch. I watched it stupidly, but it gave me the fillip needed to pick up the threads. I remembered the tunnel now and the Kansas journalist. Then, behind the light, I saw a face which pulled my flickering senses out of the mire. I saw the heavy ulster and the cap, which I had realized, though I had not seen, outside in the dark laurels. They belonged to the journalist, Clarence Dunn, the trusted emissary of Blenkiron. But I saw his face now, and it was that face which I had boasted to Bullivant I could never mistake again upon earth. I did not mistake it now, and I remember I had a faint satisfaction that I had made good my word. I had not mistaken it, for I had not had the chance to look at it till this moment. I saw with acid clearness the common denominator of all its disguises. The young man who lisped in the seaside villa, the stout philanthropist of Biggleswick, the pulpy, panic-stricken creature of the tube station, the trim French staff officer of the Picardy chateau. I saw more, for I saw it beyond the need of disguise. I was looking at von Schwabing, the Exile, who had done more for Germany than any army commander. Mary's words came back to me, the most dangerous man in the world. I was not afraid or broken-hearted at failure, or angry, not yet, for I was too dazed and awestruck. I looked at him as one might look at some cataclysm of nature which had destroyed a continent. The face was smiling. "I am happy to offer you hospitality at last," it said. I pulled my wits farther out of the mud to attend to him. The crossbar on my chest pressed less hard and I breathed better. But when I tried to speak, the words would not come. "We are old friends," he went on. "We have known each other quite intimately for 4 years, which is a long time in war. I have been interested in you, for you have a kind of crude intelligence, and you have compelled me to take you seriously. If you were cleverer, you would appreciate the compliment. But you were fool enough to think that you could beat me, and for that you must be punished. Oh no, don't flatter yourself you were ever dangerous. You were only troublesome and presumptuous, like a mosquito one flicks off one's sleeve." He was leaning against the side of a heavy closed door. He lit a cigar from a little gold tinder box and regarded me with amused eyes. "You will have time for reflection, so I propose to enlighten you a little. You are an observer of little things. So? Did you ever see a cat with a mouse? The mouse runs about and hides and manoeuvres and thinks it is playing its own game. But at any moment the cat can stretch out its paw and put an end to it. You are the mouse, my poor General, for I believe you are one of those funny amateurs that the English call generals. At any moment during the last 9 months I could have put an end to you with a nod." My nausea had stopped and I could understand what he said, though I had still no power to reply. "Let me explain," he went on. "I watched with amusement your gambols at Biggleswick. My eyes followed you when you went to the Clyde and in your stupid twistings in Scotland. I gave you rope because you were futile, and I had graver things to attend to. I allowed you to amuse yourself at your British front with childish investigations and to play the fool in Paris. I have followed every step of your course in Switzerland, and I have helped your idiotic Yankee friend to plot against myself. While you thought you were drawing your net around me, I was drawing mine around you. I assure you it has been a charming relaxation from serious business." I knew the man was lying. Some part was true, for he had clearly fooled Blenkiron, but I remembered the hurried flight from Biggleswick and Eaucourt Sainte Anne when the game was certainly against him. He had me at his mercy, and he was wreaking his vanity on me. That made him smaller in my eyes, and my first awe began to pass. "I never cherish rancour, you know," he said. "In my business it is silly to be angry, for it wastes energy. But I do not tolerate insolence, my dear General. And my country has the habit of doing justice on her enemies. It may interest you to know that the end is not far off. Germany has faced a jealous world in arms, and she is about to be justified of her great courage. She has broken up bit by bit the clumsy organization of her opponents. Where is Russia today, the steamroller that was to crush us? Where is the poor dupe Romania? Where is the strength of Italy, who was once to do wonders for what she called liberty? Broken, all of them. I have played my part in that work, and now the need is past. My country, with free hands, is about to turn upon your armed rabble in the West and drive it into the Atlantic. Then we shall deal with the ragged remains of France and the handful of noisy Americans. By midsummer there will be a peace dictated by triumphant Germany." "By God, there won't!" I had found my voice at last. "By God, there will," he said pleasantly. "It is what you call a mathematical certainty. You will no doubt die bravely, like the savage tribes that your empire used to conquer. But we have the greater discipline, and the strongest spirit, and the bigger brain. Stupidity is always punished in the end, and you are a stupid race. Do not think that your kinsmen across the Atlantic will save you. They are a commercial people and by no means sure of themselves. When they have blustered a little they will see reason and find some means of saving their faces. Their comic president will make a speech or two and write us a solemn note, and we will reply with the serious rhetoric which he loves, and then we shall kiss and be friends. You know in your heart that it will be so." A strange apathy seemed to settle on me. This bragging did not make me angry, and I had no longer any wish to contradict him. It may have been the result of the fall, but my mind had stopped working. I heard his voice as one listens casually to the ticking of a clock. "I will tell you more," he was saying. "This is the evening of the 18th day of March. Your generals in France expect an attack, but they are not sure where it will come. Some think it may be in Champagne, or on the Aisne, some at Ypres, some at Saint-Quentin. Well, my dear General, you alone will I take into our confidence. On the morning of the 21st, 3 days from now, we attack the right wing of the British army. In 2 days we shall be in Amiens. On the 3rd we shall have driven a wedge as far as the sea. Then, in a week or so, we shall have rolled up your army from the right, and presently we shall be in Boulogne and Calais. After that Paris falls, and then peace." I made no answer. The word Amiens recalled Mary, and I was trying to remember the day in January when she and I had motored south from that pleasant city. "Why do I tell you these things? Your intelligence, for you are not altogether foolish, will have supplied the answer. It is because your life is over. As your Shakespeare says, the rest is silence. No, I am not going to kill you. That would be crude, and I hate crudities. I am going now on a little journey, and when I return in 24 hours, you will be my companion. You are going to visit Germany, my dear General." That woke me to attention, and he noticed it, for he went on with gusto. "You have heard of the Untergrundbahn? No? And you boast of an intelligence service. Yet your ignorance is shared by the whole of your General Staff. It is a little organization of my own. By it we can take unwilling and dangerous people inside our frontier to be dealt with as we please. Some have gone from England and many from France. Officially I believe they are recorded as missing, but they did not go astray on any battlefield. They have been gathered from their homes, or from hotels or offices, or even the busy streets. I will not conceal from you that the service of our underground railway is a little irregular from England and France, but from Switzerland it is smooth as a trunk line. There are unwatched spots on the frontier, and we have our agents among the frontier guards, and we have no difficulty about passes. It is a pretty device, and you will soon be privileged to observe its working. In Germany I cannot promise you comfort, but I do not think your life will be dull." As he spoke these words, his urbane smile changed to a grin of impish malevolence. Even through my torpor I felt the venom, and I shivered. "When I return I shall have another companion." His voice was honeyed again. "There is a certain pretty lady who is to be the bait to entice me into Italy. It was so? Well, I have fallen to the bait. I have arranged that she shall meet me this very night at a mountain inn on the Italian side. I have arranged, too, that she shall be alone. She is an innocent child, and I do not think that she has been more than a tool in the clumsy hands of your friends. She will come with me when I ask her, and we shall be a merry party in the Underground Express." My apathy vanished, and every nerve in me was alive at the words. "You cur!" I cried. "She loathes the sight of you. She wouldn't touch you with the end of a barge pole." He flicked the ash from his cigar. "I think you are mistaken. I am very persuasive, and I do not like to use compulsion with a woman. But willing or not, she will come with me. I have worked hard, and I am entitled to my pleasure, and I have set my heart on that little lady." There was something in his tone, gross, leering, assured, half contemptuous, that made my blood boil. He had fairly got me on the raw, and the hammer beat violently in my forehead. I could have wept with sheer rage, and it took all my fortitude to keep my mouth shut, but I was determined not to add to his triumph. He looked at his watch. "Time passes," he said. "I must depart to my charming assignation. I will give your remembrances to the lady. Forgive me for making no arrangements for your comfort till I return. Your constitution is so sound that it will not suffer from a day's fasting. To set your mind at rest, I may tell you that escape is impossible. This mechanism has been proved too often, and if you did break loose from it, my servants would deal with you. But I must speak a word of caution. If you tamper with it or struggle too much, it will act in a curious way. The floor beneath you covers a shaft which runs to the lake below. Set a certain spring at work, and you may find yourself shot down into the water far below the ice, where your body will rot till the spring. That, of course, is an alternative open to you if you do not care to wait for my return." He lit a fresh cigar, waved his hand, and vanished through the doorway. As it shut behind him, the sound of his footsteps instantly died away. The walls must have been as thick as a prison's. I suppose I was what people in books call stunned. The illumination during the past few minutes had been so dazzling that my brain could not master it. I remember very clearly that I did not think about the ghastly failure of our scheme, or the German plans which had been insolently unfolded to me as to one dead to the world. I saw a single picture, an inn in a snowy valley. I saw it as a small place like Peter's cottage. A solitary girl, that smiling devil who had left me, and then the unknown terror of the underground railway. I think my courage went for a bit, and I cried with feebleness and rage. The hammer in my forehead had stopped, for it only beat when I was angry in action. Now that I lay trapped, the manhood had slipped out of my joints, and if Ivery had still been in the doorway, I think I would have whined for mercy. I would have offered him all the knowledge I had in the world if he had promised to leave Mary alone. Happily he wasn't there, and there was no witness of my cowardice. Happily, too, it is just as difficult to be a coward for long as to be a hero. It was Blenkiron's phrase about Mary that pulled me together. She can't scare and she can't soil. No, by heaven, she couldn't. I could trust my lady far better than I could trust myself. I was still sick with anxiety, but I was getting a pull on myself. I was done in, but Ivery would get no triumph out of me. Either I would go under the ice, or I would find a chance of putting a bullet through my head before I crossed the frontier. If I could do nothing else, I could perish decently. And then I laughed, and I knew I was past the worst. What made me laugh was the thought of Peter. I had been pitying him an hour ago for having only one leg. But now he was abroad in the living, breathing world with years before him, and I lay in the depths, limbless and lifeless, with my number up. I began to muse on the cold water under the ice, where I could go if I wanted. I did not think that I would take that road, for a man's chances are not gone till he is stone dead, but I was glad the way existed. And then I looked at the wall in front of me, and very far up I saw a small square window. The stars had been clouded when I entered that accursed house, but the mist must have cleared. I saw my old friend Orion, the hunter's star, looking through the bars, and that suddenly made me think. Peter and I had watched them by night, and I knew the place of all the chief constellations in relation to the St. Anton Valley. I believed that I was in a room on the lake side of the Pink Chalet. I must be, if Ivery had spoken the truth. But if so, I could not conceivably see Orion from its window. There was no other possible conclusion. I must be in a room on the east side of the house, and Ivery had been lying. He had already lied in his boasting of how he had outwitted me in England and at the front. He might be lying about Mary. No, I dismissed that hope. Those words of his had rung true enough. I thought for a minute and concluded that he had lied to terrorize me and keep me quiet. Therefore this infernal contraption had probably its weak point. I reflected, too, that I was pretty strong, far stronger probably than Ivery imagined, for he had never seen me stripped. Since the place was pitch dark, I could not guess how the thing worked, but I could feel the crossbars rigid on my chest and legs, and the side bars which pinned my arms to my sides. I drew a long breath and tried to force my elbows apart. Nothing moved, nor could I raise the bars on my legs the smallest fraction. Again I tried, and again. The side bar on my right seemed to be less rigid than the others. I managed to get my right hand raised above the level of my thigh, and then with a struggle I got a grip with it on the crossbar, which gave me a small leverage. With a mighty effort I drove my right elbow and shoulder against the side bar. It seemed to give slightly. I summoned all my strength and tried again. There was a crack and then a splintering, the massive bar shuffled limply back, and my right arm was free to move laterally, though the crossbar prevented me from raising it. With some difficulty I got at my coat pocket, where reposed my electric torch and my pistol. With immense labour and no little pain, I pulled the former out and switched it on by drawing the catch against the crossbar. Then I saw my prison house. It was a little square chamber, very high, with on my left the massive door by which Ivery had departed. The dark baulks of my rack were plain, and I could roughly make out how the thing had been managed. Some spring had tilted up the flooring and dropped the framework from its place in the right-hand wall. It was clamped, I observed, by an arrangement in the floor just in front of the door. If I could get rid of that catch, it would be easy to free myself, for to a man of my strength the weight would not be impossibly heavy. My fortitude had come back to me, and I was living only in the moment, choking down any hope of escape. My first job was to destroy the catch that clamped down the rack, and for that my only weapon was my pistol. I managed to get the little electric torch jammed in the corner of the crossbar, where it lit up the floor towards the door. Then it was hell's own business extricating the pistol from my pocket. Wrist and fingers were always cramping, and I was in terror that I might drop it where I could not retrieve it. I forced myself to think out calmly the question of the clamp, for a pistol bullet is a small thing and I could not afford to miss. I reasoned it out from my knowledge of mechanics, and came to the conclusion that the centre of gravity was a certain bright spot of metal which I could just see under the crossbars. It was bright, and so must have been recently repaired, and that was another reason for thinking it important. The question was how to hit it, for I could not get the pistol in line with my eye. Let anyone try that kind of shooting with a bent arm over a bar when you are lying flat and looking at the mark from under the bar, and he will understand its difficulties. I had 6 shots in my revolver, and I must fire 2 or 3 ranging shots in any case. I must not exhaust all my cartridges, for I must have a bullet left for any servant who came to pry, and I wanted one in reserve for myself. But I did not think shots would be heard outside the room, the walls were too thick. I held my wrist rigid above the crossbar and fired. The bullet was an inch to the right of the piece of bright steel. Moving a fraction, I fired again. I had grazed it on the left. With aching eyes glued on the mark, I tried a third time. I saw something leap apart, and suddenly the whole framework under which I lay fell loose and mobile. I was very cool, and restored the pistol to my pocket, and took the torch in my hand before I moved. Fortune had been kind, for I was free. I turned on my face, humped my back, and without much trouble crawled out from under the contraption. I did not allow myself to think of ultimate escape, for that would only flurry me, and one step at a time was enough. I remember that I dusted my clothes and found that the cut at the back of my head had stopped bleeding. I retrieved my hat, which had rolled into a corner when I fell. Then I turned my attention to the next step. The tunnel was impossible, and the only way was the door. If I had stopped to think, I would have known that the chances against getting out of such a house were 1,000 to 1. The pistol shots had been muffled by the cavernous walls, but the place, as I knew, was full of servants, and even if I passed the immediate door, I would be collared in some passage. But I had myself so well in hand that I tackled the door as if I had been prospecting to sink a new shaft in Rhodesia. It had no handle, nor, so far as I could see, a keyhole. But I noticed, as I turned my torch on the ground, that from the clamp which I had shattered, a brass rod sunk in the floor led to one of the doorposts. Obviously the thing worked by a spring and was connected with the mechanism of the rack. A wild thought entered my mind and brought me to my feet. I pushed the door and it swung slowly open. The bullet which freed me had released the spring which controlled it. Then, for the first time, against all my maxims of discretion, I began to hope. I took off my hat and felt my forehead burning, so that I rested it for a moment on the cool wall. Perhaps my luck still held. With a rush came thoughts of Mary and Blenkiron and Peter and everything we had laboured for, and I was mad to win. I had no notion of the interior of the house or where lay the main door to the outer world. My torch showed me a long passage with something like a door at the far end, but I clicked it off, for I did not dare to use it now. The place was deadly quiet. As I listened, I seemed to hear a door open far away, and then silence fell again. I groped my way down the passage till I had my hands on the far door. I hoped it might open on the hall, where I could escape by a window or a balcony, for I judged the outer door would be locked. I listened, and there came no sound from within. It was no use lingering, so very stealthily I turned the handle and opened it a crack. It creaked, and I waited with beating heart on discovery, for inside I saw the glow of light. But there was no movement, so it must be empty. I poked my head in, and then followed with my body. It was a large room, with logs burning in a stove, and the floor thick with rugs. It was lined with books, and on a table in the centre a reading lamp was burning. Several dispatch boxes stood on the table, and there was a little pile of papers. A man had been here a minute before, for a half-smoked cigar was burning on the edge of the inkstand. At that moment I recovered complete use of my wits and all my self-possession. More, there returned to me some of the old devil-may-careness which before had served me well. Ivery had gone, but this was his sanctum. Just as on the roofs of Erzerum I had burned to get at Stumm's papers, so now it was borne in on me that at all costs I must look at that pile. I advanced to the table and picked up the topmost paper. It was a little typewritten blue slip with the lettering in italics, and in a corner a curious involved stamp in red ink. On it I read, "Die Wildvögel müssen heimkehren." At the same moment I heard steps, and the door opened on the far side. I stepped back towards the stove and fingered the pistol in my pocket. A man entered, a man with a scholar's stoop, an unkempt beard and large, sleepy, dark eyes. At the sight of me he pulled up and his whole body grew taut. It was the Portuguese Jew whose back I had last seen at the smithy door in Skye, and who by the mercy of God had never seen my face. I stopped fingering my pistol, for I had an inspiration. Before he could utter a word, I got in first. "Die Vögelein schweigen im Walde." His face broke into a pleasant smile, and he replied, "Warte nur, balde ruhest du auch." "Ach," he said in German, holding out his hand, "you have come this way when we thought you would go by Modane. I welcome you, for I know your exploits. You are Conradi, who did so nobly in Italy?" I bowed. "Yes, I am Conradi," I said. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Call of the Swallows. He pointed to the slip on the table. "You have seen the orders?" I nodded. "The long day's work is over. You must rejoice, for your part has been the hardest, I think. Some day you will tell me about it?" The man's face was honest and kindly, rather like that of the engineer Gaudian, whom 2 years before I had met in Germany. But his eyes fascinated me, for they were the eyes of the dreamer and fanatic who would not desist from his quest while life lasted. I thought that Ivery had chosen well in his colleague. "My task is not done yet," I said. "I came here to see Chelius." "He will be back tomorrow evening." "Too late. I must see him at once. He has gone to Italy and I must overtake him." "You know your duty best," he said gravely. "But you must help me. I must catch him at Santa Chiara, for it is a business of life and death. Is there a car to be had?" "There is mine, but there is no chauffeur. Chelius took him." "I can drive myself and I know the road, but I have no pass to cross the frontier." "That is easily supplied," he said, smiling. In one bookcase there was a shelf of dummy books. He unlocked this and revealed a small cupboard whence he took a tin dispatch box. From some papers he selected one which seemed to be already signed. "Name?" he asked. "Call me Hans Gruber of Brieg," I said. "I travel to pick up my master who is in the timber trade." "And your return?" "I will come back by my old road," I said mysteriously, and if he knew what I meant it was more than I did myself. He completed the paper and handed it to me. "This will take you through the frontier posts. And now for the car. The servants will be in bed, for they have been preparing for a long journey, but I will myself show it you. There is enough petrol on board to take you to Rome." He led me through the hall, unlocked the front door, and we crossed the snowy lane to the garage. The place was empty, but for a great car which bore the marks of having come from muddy lowlands. To my joy I saw that it was a Daimler, a type with which I was familiar. I lit the lamp, started the engine and ran it out on the road. "You will want an overcoat," he said. "I never wear them." "Food?" "I have some chocolate. I will breakfast at Santa Chiara." "Well, God go with you." A minute later I was tearing along the lakeside towards St Anton village. I stopped at the cottage on the hill. Peter was not yet in bed. I found him sitting by the fire trying to read, but I saw by his face that he had been waiting anxiously on my coming. "We're in the soup, old man," I said as I shut the door. In a dozen sentences I told him of the night's doings, of Ivery's plan, and my desperate errand. "You wanted a share," I cried. "Well, everything depends on you now. I'm off after Ivery, and God knows what will happen. Meantime, you have got to get on to Blenkiron and tell him what I've told you. He must get the news through to G.H.Q. somehow. He must trap the wild birds before they go. I don't know how, but he must. Tell him it's all up to him and you, for I'm out of it. I must save Mary, and if God's willing I'll settle with Ivery. But the big job is for Blenkiron and you. Somehow he has made a bad break, and the enemy has got ahead of him. He must sweat blood to make up. My God, Peter, it's the solemnest moment of our lives. I don't see any light, but we mustn't miss any chances. I'm leaving it all to you." I spoke like a man in a fever, for after what I had been through I wasn't quite sane. My coolness in the pink chalet had given place to a crazy restlessness. I can see Peter yet, standing in the ring of lamplight, supporting himself by a chair back, wrinkling his brows, and, as he always did in moments of excitement, scratching gently the tip of his left ear. His face was happy. "Never fear, Dick," he said. "It will come all right. On Salon Planmark." And then, still possessed with a demon of disquiet, I was on the road again, heading for the pass that led to Italy. The mist had gone from the sky and the stars were shining brightly. The moon, now at the end of its first quarter, was setting in a gap of the mountains as I climbed the low col from the St. Anton valley to the greater Staubtal. There was frost and the hard snow crackled under my wheels, but there was also that feel in the air which preludes storm. I wondered if I should run into snow in the high hills. The whole land was deep in peace. There was not a light in the hamlets I passed through, not a soul on the highway. In the Staubtal I joined the main road and swung to the left up the narrowing bed of the valley. The road was in noble condition and the car was running finely as I mounted through forests of snowy pines to a land where the mountains crept close together and the highway coiled round the angles of great crags or skirted perilously some profound gorge with only a line of wooden posts to defend it from the void. In places the snow stood in walls on either side, where the road was kept open by man's labour. In other parts it lay thin, and in the dim light one might have fancied that one was running through open meadowlands. Slowly my head was getting clearer, and I was able to look round my problem. I banished from my mind the situation I had left behind me. Blenkiron must cope with that as best he could. It lay with him to deal with the wild birds. My job was with Ivery alone. Sometime in the early morning he would reach Santa Chiara, and there he would find Mary. Beyond that, my imagination could forecast nothing. She would be alone. I could trust his cleverness for that. He would try to force her to come with him, or he might persuade her with some lying story. Well, please God, I should come in for the tail end of the interview, and at the thought I cursed the steep gradients I was climbing, and longed for some magic to lift the Daimler beyond the summit and set it racing down the slope towards Italy. I think it was about 3:30 when I saw the lights of the frontier post. The air seemed milder than in the valleys, and there was a soft scurry of snow on my right cheek. A couple of sleepy Swiss sentries with their rifles in their hands stumbled out as I drew up. They took my pass into the hut and gave me an anxious quarter of an hour while they examined it. The performance was repeated 50 yards on, at the Italian post, where to my alarm the sentries were inclined to conversation. I played the part of the sulky servant, answering in monosyllables and pretending to immense stupidity. "You are only just in time, friend," said one in German. "The weather grows bad and soon the pass will close. Ah, it is as cold as last winter on the Tonale. You remember, Giuseppe?" But in the end they let me move on. For a little while I felt my way gingerly, for on the summit the road had many twists and the snow was confusing to the eyes. Presently came a sharp drop and I let the Daimler go. It grew colder and I shivered a little. The snow became a wet white fog around the glowing arc of the headlights, and always the road fell, now in long curves, now in steep short dips, till I was aware of a glen opening towards the south. From long living in the wilds I have a kind of sense for landscape without the testimony of the eyes, and I knew where the ravine narrowed or widened, though it was black darkness. In spite of my restlessness I had to go slowly, for after the first rush downhill I realized that unless I was careful I might wreck the car and spoil everything. The surface of the road on the southern slope of the mountains was 1,000% worse than that on the other. I skidded and side-slipped and once grazed the edge of the gorge. It was far more maddening than the climb up, for then it had been a straightforward grind with the Daimler doing its utmost, whereas now I had to hold her back because of my own lack of skill. I reckoned that time crawling down from the summit of the Staub as some of the weariest hours I ever spent. Quite suddenly I ran out of the ill weather into a different climate. The sky was clear above me, and I saw that dawn was very near. The first pine woods were beginning, and at last came a straight slope where I could let the car out. I began to recover my spirits, which had been very dashed, and to reckon the distance I had still to travel. And then, without warning, a new world sprang up around me. Out of the blue dusk white shapes rose like ghosts, peaks and needles and domes of ice, their bases fading mistily into shadow, but the tops kindling till they glowed like jewels. I had never seen such a sight, and the wonder of it for a moment drove anxiety from my heart. More, it gave me an earnest of victory. I was in clear air once more, and surely in this diamond ether the foul things which loved the dark must be worsted. And then I saw, a mile ahead, the little square red-roofed building which I knew to be the inn of Santa Chiara. It was here that misfortune met me. I had grown careless now and looked rather at the house than the road. At one point the hillside had slipped down. It must have been recent, for the road was well kept, and I did not notice the landslide till I was on it. I slewed to the right, took too wide a curve, and before I knew the car was over the far edge. I slapped on the brakes, but to avoid turning turtle I had to leave the road altogether. I slithered down a steep bank into a meadow, where for my sins I ran into a fallen tree trunk with a jar that shook me out of my seat and nearly broke my arm. Before I examined the car I knew what had happened. The front axle was bent and the off-front wheel badly buckled. I had not time to curse my stupidity. I clambered back to the road and set off running down it at my best speed. I was mortally stiff, for Ivory's rack was not good for the joints, but I realized it only as a drag on my pace, not as an affliction in itself. My whole mind was set on the house before me and what might be happening there. There was a man at the door of the inn who, when he caught sight of my figure, began to move to meet me. I saw that it was Launcelot Wake, and the sight gave me hope. But his face frightened me. It was drawn and haggard like one who never sleeps, and his eyes were hot coals. "Hannay!" he cried. "For God's sake, what does it mean?" "Where is Mary?" I gasped, and I remember I clutched at a lapel of his coat. He pulled me to the low stone wall by the roadside. "I don't know," he said hoarsely. "We got your orders to come here this morning. We were at Chiavagno, where Blenkiron told us to wait. But last night Mary disappeared. I found she had hired a carriage and come on ahead. I followed at once and reached here an hour ago to find her gone. The woman who keeps the place is away, and there are only 2 old servants left. They tell me that Mary came here late, and that very early in the morning a closed car came over the Staub with a man in it. They say he asked to see the young lady, and that they talked together for some time, and that then she went off with him in the car down the valley. I must have passed it on my way up. There's been some black devilment that I can't follow. Who was the man? Who was the man?" He looked as if he wanted to throttle me. "I can tell you that," I said. "It was Ivory." He stared for a second as if he didn't understand. Then he leaped to his feet and cursed like a trooper. "You botched it, as I knew you would. I knew no good would come of your infernal subtleties." And he consigned me and Blenkiron and the British Army and Ivory and everybody else to the devil. I was past being angry. "Sit down, man," I said, "and listen to me." I told him of what had happened at the Pink Chalet. He heard me out with his head in his hands. The thing was too bad for cursing. "The Underground Railway," he groaned. "The thought of it drives me mad. Why are you so calm, Hannay? She's in the hands of the cleverest devil in the world, and you take it quietly. You should be a raving lunatic." "I would be if it were any use, but I did all my raving last night in that den of ivories. We've got to pull ourselves together, Wake. First of all, I trust Mary to the other side of eternity. She went with him of her own free will. I don't know why, but she must have had a reason, and be sure it was a good one, for she's far cleverer than you or me. We've got to follow her somehow. Ivory's bound for Germany, but his route is by the Pink Chalet, for he hopes to pick me up there. He went down the valley, therefore he is going to Switzerland by the Mariolana. That is a long circuit, and will take him most of the day. Why he chose that way I don't know, but there it is. We've got to get back by the Staub." "How did you come?" he asked. "That's our damnable luck. I came in a first-class 6-cylinder Daimler, which is now lying a wreck in a meadow a mile up a road. We've got to foot it." "We can't do it. It would take too long. Besides, there's the frontier to pass." I remembered ruefully that I might have got a return passport from the Portuguese Jew if I had thought of anything at that time beyond getting to Santa Chiara. "Then we must make a circuit by the hillside and dodge the guards. It's no use making difficulties, Wake. We're fairly up against it, but we've got to go on trying till we drop. Otherwise I'll take your advice and go mad." "And supposing you get to San Anton, you'll find the house shut up and the travellers gone hours before by the Underground Railway." "Very likely, but man, there's always the glimmering of a chance. It's no good chucking in your hand till the game's out. Drop your proverbial philosophy, Mr. Martin Tupper, and look up there." He had one foot on the wall and was staring at a cleft in the snow line across the valley. The shoulder of a high peak dropped sharply to a kind of nick and rose again in a long graceful curve of snow. All below the nick was still in deep shadow, but from the configuration of the slopes I judged that a tributary glacier ran from it to the main glacier at the river head. "That's the Colle delle Rondini," he said, "the Col of the Swallows. It leads straight to Staubtal near Grünewald. On a good day I have done it in 7 hours, but it's not a pass for winter time. It has been done, of course, but not often. Yet, if the weather held, it might go even now, and that would bring us to St. Anton by the evening. I wonder," and he looked me over with an appraising eye, "I wonder if you're up to it." My stiffness had gone, and I burned to set my restlessness to physical toil. "If you can do it, I can," I said. "No, there you're wrong. You're a hefty fellow, but you're no mountaineer, and the ice of the Colle delle Rondini needs knowledge. It would be insane to risk it with a novice, if there were any other way, but I'm damned if I see any, and I'm going to chance it. We can get a rope and axes at the inn. Are you game?" "Right you are. 7 hours, you say? We've got to do it in 6. "You will be humbler when you get on the ice," he said grimly. "We'd better breakfast, for the Lord knows when we shall see food again." We left the inn at 5 minutes to 9, with the sky cloudless and a stiff wind from the northwest, which we felt even in the deep-cut valley. Wake walked with a long, slow stride that tried my patience. I wanted to hustle, but he bade me keep in step. "You take your orders from me, for I've been at this job before. Discipline in the ranks, remember." We crossed the river gorge by a plank bridge and worked our way up the right bank, past the moraine, to the snout of the glacier. It was bad going, for the snow concealed the boulders, and I often floundered in holes. Wake never relaxed his stride, but now and then he stopped to sniff the air. I observed that the weather looked good, and he differed. "It's too clear. There'll be a full-blown gale on the Col, and most likely snow in the afternoon." He pointed to a fat yellow cloud that was beginning to bulge over the nearest peak. After that I thought he lengthened his stride. "Lucky I had these boots resoled and nailed at Chiavagno," was the only other remark he made, till we had passed the séracs of the main glacier and turned up the lesser ice stream from the Colle delle Rondini. By 10:30 we were near its head, and I could see clearly the ribbon of pure ice between black crags too steep for snow to lie on, which was the means of ascent to the Col. The sky had clouded over, and ugly streamers floated on the high slopes. We tied on the rope at the foot of the Bergschrund, which was easy to pass because of the winter's snow. Wake led, of course, and presently we came onto the ice fall. In my time I had done a lot of scrambling on rocks and used to promise myself a season in the Alps to test myself on the big peaks. If I ever go, it will be to climb the honest rock towers around Chamonix, for I won't have anything to do with snow mountains. That day on the Colle delle Rondini fairly sickened me of ice. I dare say I might have liked it if I had done it in a holiday mood, at leisure and in good spirits. But to crawl up that couloir with a sick heart and a desperate impulse to hurry was the worst of nightmares. The place was as steep as a wall of smooth black ice that seemed hard as granite. Wake did the step cutting, and I admired him enormously. He did not seem to use much force, but every step was hewn clearly, the right size, and they were spaced the right distance. In this job he was the true professional. I was thankful Blenkiron was not with us, for the thing would have given a squirrel vertigo. The chips of ice slithered between my legs, and I could watch them till they brought up just above the bergschrund. The ice was in shadow, and it was bitterly cold. As we crawled up, I had not the exercise of using the axe to warm me, and I got very numb standing on one leg waiting for the next step. Worse still, my legs began to cramp. I was in good condition, but that time under Ivory's rack had played the mischief with my limbs. Muscles had got out of place in my calves and stood in aching lumps till I almost squealed with the pain of it. I was mortally afraid I should slip, and every time I moved I called out to Wake to warn him. He saw what was happening and got the pick of his axe fixed in the ice before I was allowed to stir. He spoke often to cheer me up, and his voice had none of its harshness. He was like some ill-tempered generals I have known, very gentle in a battle. At the end the snow began to fall, a soft powder like the overspill of a storm raging beyond the crest. It was just after that Wake cried out that in 5 minutes we would be at the summit. He consulted his wristwatch. "Jolly good time, too. Only 25 minutes behind my best. It's not 1 o'clock." The next I knew I was lying flat on a pad of snow, easing my cramped legs, while Wake shouted in my ear that we were in for something bad. I was aware of a driving blizzard, but I had no thought of anything but the blessed relief from pain. I lay for some minutes on my back with my legs stiff in the air and the toes turned inwards, while my muscles fell into their proper place. It was certainly no spot to linger in. We looked down into a trough of driving mist, which sometimes swirled aside and showed a knuckle of black rock far below. We ate some chocolate while Wake shouted in my ear that now we had less step cutting. He did his best to cheer me, but he could not hide his anxiety. Our faces were frosted over like a wedding cake, and the sting of the wind was like a whiplash on our eyelids. The first part was easy, down a slope of firm snow where steps were not needed. Then came ice again, and we had to cut into it below the fresh surface snow. This was so laborious that Wake took to the rocks on the right side of the couloir, where there was some shelter from the main force of the blast. I found it easier, for I knew something about rocks, but it was difficult enough with every handhold and foothold glazed. Presently we were driven back again to the ice, and painfully cut our way through a throat of the ravine where the sides narrowed. There the wind was terrible, for the narrows made a kind of funnel, and we descended, plastered against the wall, and scarcely able to breathe, while the tornado plucked at our bodies as if it would whisk us like wisps of grass into the abyss. After that the gorge widened, and we had an easier slope, till suddenly we found ourselves perched on a great tongue of rock round which the snow blew like the froth in a whirlpool. As we stopped for breath, Wake shouted in my ear that this was the Black Stone. "The what?" I yelled. "The Schwarzstein. The Swiss call the pass the Schwarzstein Tor. You can see it from Grünewald." I suppose every man has a tinge of superstition in him. To hear that name in that ferocious place gave me a sudden access of confidence. I seemed to see all my doings as part of a great predestined plan. Surely it was not for nothing that the word which had been the key of my first adventure in the long tussle should appear in this last phase. I felt new strength in my legs and more vigour in my lungs. "A good omen," I shouted. "Wake, old man, we're going to win out." "The worst is still to come," he said. He was right. To get down that tongue of rock to the lower snows of the couloir was a job that fairly brought us to the end of our tether. I can feel yet the sour, bleak smell of wet rock and ice, and the hard nerve pain that racked my forehead. The Kaffirs used to say that there were devils in the High Berg, and this place was assuredly given over to the powers of the air who had no thought of human life. I seemed to be in the world which had endured from the eternity before man was dreamed of. There was no mercy in it, and the elements were pitting their immortal strength against two pygmies who had profaned their sanctuary. I yearned for warmth, for the glow of a fire, for a tree or a blade of grass or anything which meant the sheltered homeliness of mortality. I knew then what the Greeks meant by panic, for I was scared by the apathy of nature. But the terror gave me a kind of comfort too. Ivery and his doings seemed less formidable. Let me but get out of this cold hell, and I could meet him with a new confidence. Wake led, for he knew the road, and the road wanted knowing. Otherwise he would have been last on the rope, for that is the place of the better man in a descent. I had some horrible moments following on when the rope grew taut, for I had no help from it. We zigzagged down the rock, sometimes driven to the ice of the adjacent couloirs, sometimes on the outer ridge of the black stone, sometimes wriggling down little cracks and over evil boiler plates. The snow did not lie on it, but the rock crackled with thin ice or oozed ice water. Often it was only by the grace of God that I did not fall headlong and pull Wake out of his hold to the bergschrund far below. I slipped more than once, but always by a miracle recovered myself. To make matters worse, Wake was tiring. I could feel him drag on the rope, and his movements had not the precision they had had in the morning. He was the mountaineer and I was the novice. If he gave out, we should never reach the valley. The fellow was clear grit all through. When we reached the foot of the tooth and sat huddled up with our faces away from the wind, I saw that he was on the edge of fainting. What that effort must have cost him in the way of resolution, you may guess, but he did not fail till the worst was past. His lips were colourless and he was choking with the nausea of fatigue. I found a flask of brandy in his pocket and a mouthful revived him. "I'm all out," he said. "The road's easier now and I can direct you about the rest. You'd better leave me. I'll only be a drag. I'll come on when I feel better." "No, you don't, you old fool. You got me over that infernal iceberg and I'm going to see you home." I rubbed his arms and legs and made him swallow some chocolate. But when he got on his feet he was as doddery as an old man. Happily we had an easy course down a snow gradient which we glissaded in very unorthodox style. The swift motion freshened him up a little, and he was able to put on the brake with his axe to prevent us cascading into the bergschrund. We crossed it by a snow bridge and started out on the seracs of the Schwarzstein glacier. I am no mountaineer, not of the snow and ice kind anyway, but I have a big share of physical strength and I wanted it all now. For those seracs were an invention of the devil. To traverse that labyrinth in a blinding snowstorm with a fainting companion who was too weak to jump the narrowest crevasse and who hung on the rope like lead when there was occasion to use it was more than I could manage. Besides, every step that brought us nearer to the valley now increased my eagerness to hurry, and wandering in that maze of clotted ice was like the nightmare when you stand on the rails with the express coming and are too weak to climb onto the platform. As soon as possible I left the glacier for the hillside, and though that was laborious enough in all conscience, yet it enabled me to steer a straight course. Wake never spoke a word. When I looked at him his face was ashen under a gale which should have made his cheeks glow, and he kept his eyes half closed. He was staggering on at the very limits of his endurance. By and by we were on the moraine, and after splashing through a dozen little glacier streams, came on a track which led up the hillside. Wake nodded feebly when I asked him if this was right. Then, to my joy, I saw a gnarled pine. I untied the rope and Wake dropped like a log on the ground. "Leave me," he groaned. "I'm fairly done. I'll come on later." And he shut his eyes. My watch told me that it was after 5 o'clock. "Get on my back," I said. "I won't part from you till I've found a cottage. You're a hero. You brought me over those damned mountains in a blizzard, and that's what no other man in England would have done. Get up." He obeyed, for he was too far gone to argue. I tied his wrists together with a handkerchief below my chin, for I wanted my arms to hold up his legs. The rope and axes I left in a cache beneath the pine tree. Then I started trotting down the track for the nearest dwelling. My strength felt inexhaustible, and the quicksilver in my bones drove me forward. The snow was still falling, but the wind was dying now, and after the inferno of the pass it was like summer. The road wound over the shale of the hillside, and then into what in spring must have been upland meadows. Then it ran among trees, and far below me on the right I could hear the glacier river churning in its gorge. Soon little empty huts appeared, and rough enclosed paddocks, and presently I came out on a shelf above the stream and smelt the wood smoke of a human habitation. I found a middle-aged peasant at the cottage, a guide by profession in summer and a woodcutter in winter. "I have brought my Herr from Santa Chiara," I said, "over the Schwarzstein-Tor. He is very weary and must sleep." I decanted Wake into a chair, and his head nodded on his chest, but his colour was better. "You and your Herr are fools," said the man gruffly, but not unkindly. "He must sleep or he will have a fever. The Schwarzstein-Tor in this devil's weather. Is he English?" "Yes," I said, "like all madmen. But he's a good Herr and a brave mountaineer." We stripped Wake of his Red Cross uniform, now a collection of sopping rags, and got him between blankets with the huge earthenware bottle of hot water at his feet. The woodcutter's wife boiled milk, and this with a little brandy added, we made him drink. I was quite easy in my mind about him, for I had seen this condition before. In the morning he would be as stiff as a poker, but recovered. "Now I'm off for St Anton," I said. "I must get there tonight." "You are the hardy one," the man laughed. "I will show you the quick road to Grünewald, where is the railway. With good fortune you may get the last train." I gave him 50 francs on my Herr's behalf, learned his directions for the road, and set off after a draught of goat's milk, munching my last slab of chocolate. I was still strung up to a mechanical activity, and I ran every inch of the 3 miles to the Staubtal without consciousness of fatigue. I was 20 minutes too soon for the train, and as I sat on a bench on the platform my energy suddenly ebbed away. That is what happens after a great exertion. I longed to sleep, and when the train arrived I crawled into a carriage like a man with a stroke. There seemed to be no force left in my limbs. I realised that I was leg weary, which is a thing you see sometimes with horses, but not often with men. All the journey I lay like a log in a kind of coma, and it was with difficulty I recognised my destination and stumbled out of the train. But I had no sooner emerged from the station of St Anton than I got my second wind. Much snow had fallen since yesterday, but it had stopped now, the sky was clear, and the moon was riding. The sight of the familiar place brought back all my anxieties. The day on the Col of the Swallows was wiped out of my memory, and I saw only the inn at Santa Chiara, and heard Wake's hoarse voice speaking of Mary. The lights were twinkling from the village below, and on the right I saw the clump of trees which held the pink chalet. I took a short cut across the fields, avoiding the little town. I ran hard, stumbling often, for though I had got my mental energy back, my legs were still precarious. The station clock had told me that it was nearly 9:30. Soon I was on the high road and then at the chalet gates. I heard as in a dream what seemed to be 3 shrill blasts on a whistle. Then a big car passed me, making for St Anton. For a second I would have hailed it, but it was past me and away. But I have a conviction that my business lay in the house, for I thought Ivery was there, and Ivery was what mattered. I marched up the drive with no sort of plan in my head, only a blind rushing on fate. I remembered dimly that I had still 3 cartridges in my revolver. The front door stood open, and I entered and tiptoed down the passage to the room where I had found the Portuguese Jew. No one hindered me, but it was not for lack of servants. I had the impression that there were people near me in the darkness, and I thought I heard German softly spoken. There was someone ahead of me, perhaps the speaker, for I could hear careful footsteps. It was very dark, but a ray of light came from below the door of the room. Then behind me I heard the hall door clang and the noise of a key turned in its lock. I had walked straight into a trap and all retreat was cut off. My mind was beginning to work more clearly, though my purpose was still vague. I wanted to get at Ivery, and I believed that he was somewhere in front of me. And then I thought of the door which led from the chamber where I had been imprisoned. If I could enter that way, I would have the advantage of surprise. I groped on the right hand of the passage and found a handle. It opened upon what seemed to be a dining room, for there was a faint smell of food. Again I had the impression of people near who for some unknown reason did not molest me. At the far end I found another door, which led to a second room, which I guessed to be adjacent to the library. Beyond it again must lie the passage from the chamber with the rack. The whole place was as quiet as a shell. I had guessed right. I was standing in the passage where I had stood the night before. In front of me was the library, and there was the same chink of light showing. Very softly I turned the handle and opened it a crack. The first thing that caught my eye was the profile of Ivery. He was looking towards the writing table where someone was sitting. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Underground Railway. This is the story which I heard later from Mary. She was at Milan with the new Anglo-American hospital when she got Blenkiron's letter. Santa Chiara had always been the place agreed upon, and this message mentioned specifically Santa Chiara and fixed a date for her presence there. She was a little puzzled by it, for she had not yet had a word from Ivery, to whom she had written twice by the roundabout address in France which Bommaerts had given her. She did not believe that he would come to Italy in the ordinary course of things, and she wondered at Blenkiron's certainty about the date. The following morning came a letter from Ivery, in which he ardently pressed for a meeting. It was the first of several, full of strange talk about some approaching crisis, in which the forebodings of the prophet were mingled with the solicitude of a lover. "The storm is about to break," he wrote, "and I cannot think only of my own fate. I have something to tell you which vitally concerns yourself. You say you are in Lombardy. The Chiavagno valley is within easy reach, and at its head is the inn of Santa Chiara, to which I come on the morning of March 19th. Meet me there, even if only for half an hour, I implore you. We have already shared hopes and confidences, and I would now share with you a knowledge which I alone in Europe possess. You have the heart of a lion, my lady, worthy of what I can bring you." Wake was summoned from the Croce Rossa unit with which he was working at Vicenza, and the plan arranged by Blenkiron was faithfully carried out. 4 officers of the Alpini, in the rough dress of peasants of the hills, met them in Chiavagno on the morning of the 18th. It was arranged that the hostess of Santa Chiara should go on a visit to her sister's son, leaving the inn, now in the shuttered quiet of winter time, under the charge of 2 ancient servants. The hour of Ivery's coming on the 19th had been fixed by him for noon, and that morning Mary would drive up the valley, while Wake and the Alpini went inconspicuously by other routes so as to be in station around the place before midday. But on the evening of the 18th, at the Hotel of the Four Kings in Chiavagno, Mary received another message. It was from me, and told her that I was crossing the Staub at midnight and would be at the inn before dawn. It begged her to meet me there, to meet me alone without the others, because I had that to say to her which must be said before Ivery's coming. I have seen the letter. It was written in a hand which I could not have distinguished from my own scrawl. It was not exactly what I would myself have written, but there were phrases in it which to Mary's mind could have come only from me. Oh, I admit it was cunningly done, especially the love-making, which was just the kind of stammering thing which I would have achieved if I had tried to put my feelings on paper. Anyhow, Mary had no doubt of its genuineness. She slipped off after dinner, hired a carriage with 2 broken-winded screws, and set off up the valley. She left a line for Wake telling him to follow according to the plan, a line which he never got, for his anxiety when he found she had gone drove him to immediate pursuit. At about 2 in the morning of the 19th, after a slow and icy journey, she arrived at the inn, knocked up the aged servants, made herself a cup of chocolate out of her tea basket, and sat down to wait on my coming. She has described to me that time of waiting. A home-made candle in a tall earthenware candlestick lit up the little salle à manger which was the one room in use. The world was very quiet, the snow muffled the roads, and it was cold with the penetrating chill of the small hours of a March night. Always, she has told me, will the taste of chocolate and the smell of burning tallow bring back to her that strange place and the flutter of the heart with which she waited. For she was on the eve of the crisis of all our labours, she was very young, and youth has a quick fancy which will not be checked. Moreover, it was I who was coming, and save for the scrawl of the night before, we had had no communication for many weeks. She tried to distract her mind by repeating poetry, and the thing that came into her head was Keats's Nightingale, an odd poem for the time and place. There was a long wicker chair among the furnishings of the room, and she lay down on it with her fur cloak muffled around her. There were sounds of movement in the inn. The old woman who had let her in, with the scent of intrigue of her kind, had brightened when she heard that another guest was coming. Beautiful women do not travel at midnight for nothing. She also was awake and expectant. Then quite suddenly came the sound of a car slowing down outside. She sprang to her feet in a tremor of excitement. It was like the Picardy Château again, the dim room and a friend coming out of the night. She heard the front door open and a step in the little hall. She was looking at Ivery. He slipped his driving coat off as he entered and bowed gravely. He was wearing a green hunting suit, which in the dusk seemed like khaki, and as he was about my own height, for a second she was misled. Then she saw his face and her heart stopped. "You!" she cried. She had sunk back again on the wicker chair. "I have come as I promised," he said, "but a little earlier. You will forgive my eagerness to be with you." She did not heed his words, for her mind was feverishly busy. My letter had been a fraud, and this man had discovered our plans. She was alone with him, for it would be hours before her friends came from Chiavagno. He had the game in his hands, and of all our confederacy she alone remained to confront him. Mary's courage was pretty near perfect, and for the moment she did not think of herself or her own fate. That came later. She was possessed with poignant disappointment at our failure. All our efforts had gone to the winds, and the enemy had won with contemptuous ease. Her nervousness disappeared before the intense regret, and her brain set coolly and busily to work. It was a new Ivery who confronted her, a man with vigour and purpose in every line of him, and the quiet confidence of power. He spoke with a serious courtesy. "The time for make-believe is past," he was saying. "We have fenced with each other. I have told you only half the truth, and you have always kept me at arm's length. But you knew in your heart, my dearest lady, that there must be the full truth between us some day, and that day has come. I have often told you that I love you. I do not come now to repeat that declaration. I come to ask you to entrust yourself to me, to join your fate to mine, for I can promise you the happiness which you deserve." He pulled up a chair and sat beside her. I cannot put down all that he said, for Mary, once she grasped the drift of it, was busy with her own thoughts and did not listen. But I gather from her that he was very candid, and seemed to grow as he spoke in mental and moral stature. He told her who he was and what his work had been. He claimed the same purpose as hers, a hatred of war and a passion to rebuild the world into decency. But now he drew a different moral. He was a German. It was through Germany alone that peace and regeneration could come. His country was purged from her faults, and the marvellous German discipline was about to prove itself in the eye of gods and men. He told her what he had told me in the room at the Pink Chalet, but with another colouring. Germany was not vengeful or vainglorious, only patient and merciful. God was about to give her the power to decide the world's fate, and it was for him and his kind to see that the decision was beneficent. The greater task of his people was only now beginning. That was the gist of his talk. She appeared to listen, but her mind was far away. She must delay him for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. If not, she must keep beside him. She was the only one of our company left in touch with the enemy. "I go to Germany now," he was saying. "I want you to come with me, to be my wife." He waited for an answer, and got it in the form of a startled question. "To Germany? How?" "It is easy," he said, smiling. "The car which is waiting outside is the first stage of a system of travel which we have perfected." Then he told her about the Underground Railway, not as he had told it to me, to scare, but as a proof of power and forethought. His manner was perfect. He was respectful, devoted, thoughtful of all things. He was the suppliant, not the master. He offered her power and pride, a dazzling career, for he had deserved well of his country, the devotion of the faithful lover. He would take her to his mother's house, where she would be welcomed like a princess. I have no doubt he was sincere, for he had many moods, and the libertine whom he had revealed to me at the Pink Chalet had given way to the honourable gentleman. He could play all parts well, because he could believe in himself in them all. Then he spoke of danger, not so as to slight her courage, but to emphasize his own thoughtfulness. The world in which he had lived was crumbling, and he alone could offer a refuge. She felt the steel gauntlet through the texture of the velvet glove. All the while she had been furiously thinking, with her chin in her hand in the old way. She might refuse to go. He could compel her, no doubt, for there was no help to be got from the old servants. But it might be difficult to carry an unwilling woman over the first stages of the Underground Railway. There might be chances. Supposing he accepted her refusal and left her. Then indeed he would be gone for ever, and our game would have closed with a fiasco. The great antagonist of England would go home rejoicing, taking his sheaves with him. At this time she had no personal fear of him. So curious a thing is the human heart, that her main preoccupation was with our mission, not with her own fate. To fail utterly seemed too bitter. Supposing she went with him? They had still to get out of Italy and cross Switzerland. If she were with him, she would be an emissary of the Allies in the enemy's camp. She asked herself what she could do, and told herself nothing. She felt like a small bird in a very large trap, and her chief sensation was that of her own powerlessness. But she had learned Blenkiron's gospel, and knew that heaven sends amazing chances to the bold. And even as she made her decision, she was aware of a dark shadow lurking at the back of her mind, the shadow of the fear which she knew was awaiting her. For she was going into the unknown with a man whom she hated, a man who claimed to be her lover. It was the bravest thing I have ever heard of, and I have lived my life among brave men. "I will come with you," she said, "but you mustn't speak to me, please. I am tired and troubled, and I want peace to think." As she rose, weakness came over her, and she swayed till his arm caught her. "I wish I could let you rest for a little," he said tenderly, "but time presses. The car runs smoothly, and you can sleep there." He summoned one of the servants, to whom he handed Mary. "We leave in 10 minutes," he said, and he went out to see to the car. Mary's first act in the bedroom to which she was taken was to bathe her eyes and brush her hair. She felt dimly that she must keep her head clear. Her second was to scribble a note to Wake, telling him what had happened, and to give it to the servant with a tip. "The gentleman will come in the morning," she said. "You must give it to him at once, for it concerns the fate of your country." The woman grinned and promised. It was not the first time she had done errands for pretty ladies. Ivery settled her in the great closed car with much solicitude, and made her comfortable with rugs. Then he went back to the inn for a second, and she saw a light in the salle à manger. He returned and spoke to the driver in German, taking his seat beside him. But first he handed Mary her note to Wake. "I think you left this behind you," he said. He had not opened it. Alone in the car, Mary slept. She saw the figures of Ivery and the chauffeur in the front seat, dark against the headlights, and then they dislimned into dreams. She had undergone a greater strain than she knew, and was sunk in the heavy sleep of the weary nerves. When she woke, it was daylight. They were still in Italy, as her first glance told her, so they could not have taken the Staub route. They seemed to be among the foothills, for there was little snow, but now and then, up tributary valleys, she had glimpses of the high peaks. She tried hard to think what it could mean, and then remembered the Mariolana. Wake had laboured to instruct her in the topography of the Alps, and she had grasped the fact of the two open passes. But the Mariolana meant a big circuit, and they would not be in Switzerland till the evening. They would arrive in the dark, and pass out of it in the dark, and there would be no chance of succour. She felt very lonely and very weak. Throughout the morning her fear grew. The more hopeless her chance of defeating Ivery became, the more insistently the dark shadow crept over her mind. She tried to steady herself by watching the show from the windows. The car swung through little villages, past vineyards and pine woods, and the blue of lakes, and over the gorges of mountain streams. There seemed to be no trouble about passports. The sentries at the controls waved a reassuring hand when they were shown some card which the chauffeur held between his teeth. In one place there was a longish halt, and she could hear Ivery talking Italian with two officers of Bersaglieri, to whom he gave cigars. They were fresh-faced, upstanding boys, and for a second she had an idea of flinging open the door and appealing to them to save her. But that would have been futile, for Ivery was clearly amply certificated. She wondered what part he was now playing. The Mariolana route had been chosen for a purpose. In one town Ivery met and talked to a civilian official, and more than once the car slowed down and someone appeared from the wayside to speak a word and vanish. She was assisting at the last gathering up of the threads of a great plan before the wild birds returned to their nest. Most of these conferences seemed to be in Italian, but once or twice she gathered from the movement of the lips that German was spoken, and that this rough peasant or that black-booted bourgeois was not of Italian blood. Early in the morning, soon after she awoke, Ivery had stopped the car and offered her a well-provided luncheon basket. She could eat nothing, and watched him breakfast off sandwiches beside the driver. In the afternoon he asked her permission to sit with her. The car drew up in a lonely place, and a tea basket was produced by the chauffeur. Ivery made tea, for she seemed too listless to move, and she drank a cup with him. After that he remained beside her. "In half an hour we shall be out of Italy," he said. The car was running up a long valley to the curious hollow between snowy saddles, which is the crest of the Mariolana. He showed her the place on a road map. As the altitude increased and the air grew colder, he wrapped the rugs closer around her and apologized for the absence of a foot warmer. "In a little," he said, "we shall be in the land where your slightest wish will be law." She dozed again, and so missed the frontier post. When she woke, the car was slipping down the long curves of the Weiss Valley before it narrows to the gorge through which it debouches on Grünewald. "We are in Switzerland now," she heard his voice say. It may have been fancy, but it seemed to her that there was a new note in it. He spoke to her with the assurance of possession. They were outside the country of the Allies, and in a land where his web was thickly spread. "Where do we stop tonight?" she asked timidly. "I fear we cannot stop. Tonight also you must put up with the car. I have a little errand to do on the way, which will delay us a few minutes, and then we press on. Tomorrow, my fairest one, fatigue will be ended." There was no mistake now about the note of possession in his voice. Mary's heart began to beat fast and wild. The trap had closed down on her, and she saw the folly of her courage. It had delivered her bound and gagged into the hands of one whom she loathed more deeply every moment, whose proximity was less welcome than a snake's. She had to bite hard on her lip to keep from screaming. The weather had changed and it was snowing hard, the same storm that had greeted us on the Col of the Swallows. The pace was slower now, and Ivery grew restless. He looked frequently at his watch and snatched the speaking tube to talk to the driver. Mary caught the word St. Anton. "Do we go by St. Anton?" she found a voice to ask. "Yes," he said shortly. The word gave her the faintest glimmering of hope, for she knew that Peter and I had lived at St. Anton. She tried to look out of the blurred window, but could see nothing except that twilight was falling. She begged for the road map, and saw that so far as she could make out, they were still in the broad Grünewald valley, and that to reach St. Anton they had to cross the low pass from the Staubtal. The snow was still drifting thick, and the car crawled. Then she felt the rise as they mounted to the pass. Here the going was bad, very different from the dry frost in which I had covered the same road the night before. Moreover, there seemed to be curious obstacles. Some careless woodcart had dropped logs on the highway, and more than once both Ivery and the chauffeur had to get out to shift them. In one place there had been a small landslide, which left little room to pass, and Mary had to descend and cross on foot while the driver took the car over alone. Ivery's temper seemed to be souring. To the girl's relief he resumed the outside seat, where he was engaged in constant argument with the chauffeur. At the head of the pass stands an inn, the comfortable hostelry of Herr Kronig, well known to all who clamber among the lesser peaks of the Staubtal. There in the middle of the way stood a man with a lantern. "The road is blocked by a snowfall," he cried. "They are clearing it now. It will be ready in half an hour's time." Ivery sprang from his seat and darted into the hotel. His business was to speed up the clearing party, and Herr Kronig himself accompanied him to the scene of the catastrophe. Mary sat still, for she had suddenly become possessed of an idea. She drove it from her as foolishness, but it kept returning. Why had those tree trunks been spilt on the road? Why had an easy pass after a moderate snowfall suddenly been closed? A man came out of the inn yard and spoke to the chauffeur. It seemed to be an offer of refreshment, for the latter left his seat and disappeared inside. He was away for some time and returned shivering and grumbling at the weather, with the collar of his greatcoat turned up around his ears. A lantern had been hung in the porch, and as he passed, Mary saw the man. She had been watching the back of his head idly during the long drive, and had observed that it was of the round bullet type, with no nape to the neck, which is common in the fatherland. Now she could not see his neck for the coat collar, but she could have sworn that the head was a different shape. The man seemed to suffer acutely from the cold, for he buttoned the collar around his chin and pulled his cap far over his brows. Ivery came back, followed by a dragging line of men with spades and lanterns. He flung himself into the front seat and nodded to the driver to start. The man had his engine going already so as to lose no time. He bumped over the rough debris of the snowfall and then fairly let the car hum. Ivery was anxious for speed, but he did not want his neck broken, and he yelled out to take care. The driver nodded and slowed down, but presently he had got up speed again. If Ivery was restless, Mary was worse. She seemed suddenly to have come on the traces of her friends. In the St. Anton valley the snow had stopped, and she let down the window for air, for she was choking with suspense. The car rushed past the station, down the hill by Peter's cottage, through the village and along the lake shore to the Pink Chalet. Ivery halted it at the gate. "See that you fill up with petrol," he told the man. "Bid Gustav get the Daimler and be ready to follow in half an hour." He spoke to Mary through the open window. "I will keep you only a very little time. I think you had better wait in the car, for it will be more comfortable than a dismantled house. A servant will bring you food and more rugs for the night journey." Then he vanished up the dark avenue. Mary's first thought was to slip out and get back to the village, and there to find someone who knew me or could take her where Peter lived. But the driver would prevent her, for he had been left behind on guard. She looked anxiously at his back, for he alone stood between her and liberty. That gentleman seemed to be intent on his own business. As soon as Ivery's footsteps had grown faint, he had backed the car into the entrance and turned it so that it faced towards St. Anton. Then, very slowly, it began to move. At the same moment a whistle was blown shrilly 3 times. The door on the right had opened, and someone who had been waiting in the shadows climbed painfully in. Mary saw that it was a little man and that he was a cripple. She reached out a hand to help him, and he fell on the cushions beside her. The car was gathering speed. Before she realized what was happening, the newcomer had taken her hand and was patting it. About 2 minutes later I was entering the gate of the Pink Chalet. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Cage of the Wild Birds. "Why, Mr. Ivery, come right in," said the voice at the table. There was a screen before me, stretching from the fireplace to keep off the draught from the door by which I had entered. It stood higher than my head, but there were cracks in it through which I could watch the room. I found a little table on which I could lean my back, for I was dropping with fatigue. Blenkiron sat at the writing table, and in front of him were little rows of patience cards. Wood ashes still smouldered in the stove, and a lamp stood at his right elbow which lit up the two figures. The bookshelves and the cabinets were in twilight. "I've been hoping to see you for quite a time." Blenkiron was busy arranging the little heaps of cards, and his face was wreathed in hospitable smiles. I remember wondering why he should play the host to the true master of the house. Ivery stood erect before him. He was a rather splendid figure now that he had sloughed off all disguises and was on the threshold of his triumph. Even through the fog in which my brain worked, it was forced upon me that here was a man born to play a big part. He had a jowl like a Roman king on a coin, and scornful eyes that were used to mastery. He was younger than me, confound him, and now he looked it. He kept his eyes on the speaker, while a little smile played round his mouth, a very ugly smile. "So," he said, "we have caught the old crow too. I had scarcely hoped for such good fortune, and to speak the truth I had not concerned myself much about you. But now we shall add you to the bag. And what a bag of vermin to lay out on the lawn!" He flung back his head and laughed. "Mr. Ivery," Blenkiron began, but was cut short. "Drop that name. All that is past, thank God. I am the Graf von Schwabing, an officer of the Imperial Guard. I am not the least of the weapons that Germany has used to break her enemies." "You don't say," drawled Blenkiron, still fiddling with his patience cards. The man's moment had come, and he was minded not to miss a jot of his triumph. His figure seemed to expand, his eye kindled, his voice rang with pride. It was melodrama of the best kind, and he fairly rolled it round his tongue. I don't think I grudged it him, for I was fingering something in my pocket. He had won all right, but he wouldn't enjoy his victory long, for soon I would shoot him. I had my eye on the very spot above his right ear where I meant to put my bullet. For I was very clear that to kill him was the only way to protect Mary. I feared the whole 70 millions of Germany less than this man. That was the single idea that remained firm against the immense fatigue that pressed down on me. "I have little time to waste on you," said he who had been called Ivery, "but I will spare a moment to tell you a few truths. Your childish game never had a chance. I played with you in England, and I have played with you ever since. You have never made a move, but I have quietly countered it. Why, man, you gave me your confidence. The American, Mr. Dunn." "What about Clarence?" asked Blenkiron. His face seemed to study in pure bewilderment. "I was that interesting journalist." "Now, to think of that!" said Blenkiron in a sad, gentle voice. "I thought I was safe with Clarence. Why, he brought me a letter from old Joe Hooper, and he knew all the boys down Emporia way." Ivery laughed. "You have never done me justice, I fear, but I think you will do it now. Your gang is helpless in my hands. General Hannay!" And I wish I could give you a notion of the scorn with which he pronounced the word general. "Yes, Dick?" said Blenkiron intently. "He has been my prisoner for 24 hours, and the pretty Miss Mary too. You are all going with me in a little to my own country. You will not guess how. We call it the Underground Railway, and you will have the privilege of studying its working. I had not troubled much about you, for I had no special dislike of you. You are only a blundering fool, what you call in your country easy fruit." "I thank you, Graf," Blenkiron said solemnly. "But since you are here you will join the others. One last word. To beat inepts such as you is nothing. There is a far greater thing. My country has conquered. You and your friends will be dragged at the chariot wheels of a triumph such as Rome never saw. Does that penetrate your thick skull? Germany has won, and in 2 days the whole round earth will be stricken dumb by her greatness." As I watched Blenkiron, a grey shadow of hopelessness seemed to settle on his face. His big body drooped in his chair, his eyes fell, and his left hand shuffled limply among his patience cards. I could not get my mind to work, but I puzzled miserably over his amazing blunders. He had walked blindly into the pit his enemies had dug for him. Peter must have failed to get my message to him, and he knew nothing of last night's work or my mad journey to Italy. We had all bungled, the whole wretched bunch of us, Peter and Blenkiron and myself. I had a feeling at the back of my head that there was something in it all I couldn't understand, that the catastrophe could not be quite as simple as it seemed. But I had no power to think, with the insolent figure of Ivery dominating the room. Thank God I had a bullet waiting for him. That was the one fixed point in the chaos of my mind. For the first time in my life I was resolute on killing one particular man, and the purpose gave me a horrid comfort. Suddenly Ivery's voice rang out sharp. "Take your hand out of your pocket. You fool, you are covered from 3 points in the walls. A movement and my men will make a sieve of you. Others before you have sat in that chair, and I am used to take precautions. Quick, both hands on the table." There was no mistake about Blenkiron's defeat. He was done and out, and I was left with the only card. He leaned wearily on his arms, with his palms of his hands spread out. "I reckon you've got a strong hand, Graf," he said, and his voice was flat with despair. "I hold a royal flush," was the answer. And then suddenly came a change. Blenkiron raised his head, and his sleepy, ruminating eyes looked straight at Ivery. "I call you," he said. I didn't believe my ears, nor did Ivery. "The hour for bluff is past," he said. "Nevertheless, I call you." At that moment I felt someone squeeze through the door behind me and take his place at my side. The light was so dim that I saw only a short square figure, but a familiar voice whispered in my ear. "It's me, Andra Amos. Man, this is a great ploy. I'm here to see the end of it. No prisoner waiting on the finding of the jury, no commander expecting news of a great battle, ever hung in more desperate suspense than I did during the next seconds. I had forgotten my fatigue. My back no longer needed support. I kept my eyes glued to the crack in the screen, and my ears drank in greedily every syllable. Blenkiron was now sitting bolt upright with his chin in his hands. There was no shadow of melancholy in his lean face. "I say I call you, Herr Graf von Schwabing. I'm going to put you wise about some little things. You don't carry arms, so I needn't warn you against monkeying with a gun. You're right in saying that there are 3 places in these walls from which you can shoot. Well, for your information, I may tell you that there's guns in all 3, but they're covering you at this moment, so you'd better be good." Ivery sprang to attention like a ramrod. "Karl!" he cried. "Gustav!" As if by magic, figures stood on either side of him, like warders by a criminal. They were not the sleek German footmen whom I had seen at the chalet. One I did not recognize. The other was my servant, Geordie Hamilton. He gave them one glance, looked round like a hunted animal, and then steadied himself. The man had his own kind of courage. "I've gotten something to say to you," Blenkiron drawled. "It's been a tough fight, but I reckon the hot end of the poker is with you. I compliment you on Clarence Dunn. You fooled me fine over that business, and it was only by the mercy of God you didn't win out. You see, there was just the one of us who was liable to recognize you whatever way you twisted your face, and that was Dick Hannay. I give you good marks for Clarence. For the rest, I had you beaten flat." He looked steadily at him. "You don't believe it? Well, I'll give you proof. I've been watching your underground railway for quite a time. I've had my men on the job, and I reckon most of the lines are now closed for repairs. All but the trunk line into France. That I'm keeping open, for soon there's going to be some traffic on it." At that I saw Ivery's eyelids quiver. For all his self-command, he was breaking. "I admit we cut it mighty fine, along of your fooling me about Clarence. But you struck a bad snag in General Hannay, Graf. Your heart-to-heart talk with him was poor business. You reckoned you had him safe, but that was too big a risk to take with a man like Dick, unless you saw him cold before you left him. He got away from this place, and early this morning I knew all he knew. After that it was easy. I got the telegram you had sent this morning in the name of Clarence Dunn, and it made me laugh. Before midday I had this whole outfit under my hand. Your servants have gone by the Underground Railway to France. Ehrlich, well, I'm sorry about Ehrlich." I knew now the name of the Portuguese Jew. "He wasn't a bad sort of man," Blenkiron said regretfully, "and he was plumb honest. I couldn't get him to listen to reason, and he would play with firearms. So I had to shoot." "Dead?" asked Ivery sharply. "Yes. I don't miss, and it was him or me. He's under the ice now, where you wanted to send Dick Hannay. He wasn't your kind, Graf, and I guess he has some chance of getting into heaven. If I weren't a hard-shell Presbyterian, I'd say a prayer for his soul." I looked only at Ivery. His face had gone very pale, and his eyes were wandering. I am certain his brain was working at lightning speed, but he was a rat in a steel trap, and the springs held him. If ever I saw a man going through hell, it was now. His pasteboard castle had crumbled about his ears, and he was giddy with the fall of it. The man was made of pride, and every proud nerve of him was caught on the raw. "So much for ordinary business," said Blenkiron. "There's the matter of a certain lady. You haven't behaved over nice about her, Graf, but I'm not going to blame you. You maybe heard a whistle blow when you were coming in here? No? Why, it sounded like Gabriel's trump. Peter must have put some lung power into it. Well, that was the signal that Miss Mary was safe in your car, but in our charge. Do you comprehend?" He did. The ghost of a flush appeared in his cheeks. "You ask about General Hannay? I'm not just exactly sure where Dick is at the moment, but I opine he's in Italy." I kicked aside the screen, thereby causing Amos almost to fall on his face. "I'm back," I said, and pulled up an armchair and dropped into it. I think the sight of me was the last straw for Ivery. I was a wild enough figure, grey with weariness, soaked, dirty, with the clothes of the porter Joseph Zimmer in rags from the sharp rocks of the Schwarzsteintor. As his eyes caught mine they wavered, and I saw terror in them. He knew he was in the presence of a mortal enemy. "Why, Dick," said Blenkiron with a beaming face, "this is mighty opportune. How in creation did you get here?" "I walked," I said. I did not want to have to speak, for I was too tired. I wanted to watch Ivery's face. Blenkiron gathered up his patience cards, slipped them into a little leather case, and put it in his pocket. "I've one thing more to tell you. The wild birds have been summoned home, but they won't ever make it. We've gathered them in. Pavia and Hofgaard and Conradi. Ehrlich is dead. And you are going to join the rest in our cage." As I looked at my friend, his figure seemed to gain in presence. He sat square in his chair with a face like a hanging judge, and his eyes, sleepy no more, held Ivery as in a vice. He had dropped, too, his drawl and the idioms of his ordinary speech, and his voice came out hard and massive like the clash of granite blocks. "You're at the bar now, Graf von Schwabing. For years you've done your best against the decencies of life. You have deserved well of your country, I don't doubt it. But what has your country deserved of the world? One day soon Germany has to do some heavy paying, and you are the first instalment." "I appeal to the Swiss law. I stand on Swiss soil, and I demand that I be surrendered to the Swiss authorities." Ivery spoke with dry lips, and the sweat was on his brow. "Oh, no, no," said Blenkiron soothingly. "The Swiss are a nice people, and I would hate to add to the worries of a poor little neutral state. All along both sides have been outside the law in this game, and that's going to continue. We've abode by the rules, and so must you. For years you've murdered and kidnapped and seduced the weak and ignorant, but we're not going to judge your morals. We leave that to the Almighty when you get across Jordan. We're going to wash our hands of you as soon as we can. You'll travel to France by the Underground Railway, and there be handed over to the French government. For what I know, they've enough against you to shoot you every hour of the day for a 12-month." I think he had expected to be condemned by us there and then and sent to join Ehrlich beneath the ice. Anyhow, there came a flicker of hope into his eyes. I dare say he saw some way to dodge the French authorities if he once got a chance to use his miraculous wits. Anyhow, he bowed with something very much like self-possession and asked permission to smoke. As I have said, the man had his own courage. "Blenkiron," I cried, "we're going to do nothing of the kind." He inclined his head gravely toward me. "What's your notion, Dick?" "We've got to make the punishment fit the crime," I said. I was so tired that I had to form my sentences laboriously, as if I were speaking a half-understood foreign tongue. "Meaning?" "I mean that if you hand him over to the French, he'll either twist out of their hands somehow, or get decently shot, which is far too good for him. This man and his kind have sent millions of honest folk to their graves. He has sat spinning his web like a great spider, and for every thread there has been an ocean of blood spilled. It's his sort that made the war, not the brave, stupid, fighting Boche. It's his sort that's responsible for all the clotted beastliness, and he's never been in sight of a shell. I'm for putting him in the front line. No, I don't mean any Uriah the Hittite business. I want him to have a sporting chance, just what other men have. But by God, he's going to learn what is the upshot of the strings he's been pulling so merrily. He told me in 2 days' time Germany would smash our armies to hell. He boasted that he would be mostly responsible for it. Well, let him be there to see the smashing." "I reckon that's just," said Blenkiron. Ivery's eyes were on me now, fascinated and terrified, like those of a bird before a rattlesnake. I saw again the shapeless features of the man in the tube station, the residuum of shrinking mortality behind his disguises. He seemed to be slipping something from his pocket towards his mouth, but Geordie Hamilton caught his wrist. "What you offer?" said the scandalised voice of my servant. "Sir, the prisoner would appear to be trying to poison himself. Will I search him?" After that he stood with each arm in the grip of a warder. "Mr. Ivery," I said, "last night when I was in your power you indulged your vanity by gloating over me. I expected it, for your class does not breed gentlemen. We treat our prisoners differently, but it is fair that you should know your fate. You are going into France, and I will see that you are taken to the British front. There, with my old division, you will learn something of the meaning of war. Understand that by no conceivable chance can you escape. Men will be detailed to watch you day and night, to see that you undergo the full rigour of the battlefield. You will have the same experience as other people, no more, no less. I believe in a righteous God, and I know that sooner or later you will find death, death at the hands of your own people, an honourable death which is far beyond your deserts. But before it comes you will have understood the hell to which you have condemned honest men. In moments of great fatigue, as in moments of great crisis, the mind takes charge and may run on a track independent of the will. It was not myself that spoke, but an impersonal voice which I did not know, a voice in whose tones rang a strange authority. Ivery recognised the icy finality of it, and his body seemed to wilt and droop. Only the hold of the warders kept him from falling. I, too, was about at the end of my endurance. I felt dimly that the room had emptied except for Blenkiron and Amos, and that the former was trying to make me drink brandy from the cup of a flask. I struggled to my feet with the intention of going to Mary, but my legs would not carry me. I heard as in a dream Amos giving thanks to an omnipotence in whom he officially disbelieved. "What's that old man in the Bible said? Now let thou thy servant depart at peace. That's the way I'm feeling myself." And then slumber came on me like an armed man, and in the chair by the dying wood ash I slept off the ache of my limbs, the tension of my nerves, and the confusion of my brain. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Storm Breaks in the West. The following evening, it was the 20th day of March, I started for France after the dark fell. I drove Ivory's big closed car, and within sat its owner, bound and gagged, as others had sat before him on the same errand. Geordie Hamilton and Amos were his companions. From what Blenkiron had himself discovered from the papers seized in the Pink Chalet, I had full details of the road and its mysterious stages. It was like the journey of a mad dream. In a back street of a little town I would exchange passwords with a nameless figure and be given instructions. At a wayside inn, at an appointed hour, a voice speaking in a thick German would advise me that this bridge or that railway crossing had been cleared. At a hamlet among pine woods an unknown man would clamber up beside me and take me past a sentry post. Smooth as clockwork was the machine, till in the dawn of a spring morning I found myself dropping into a broad valley, through little orchards just beginning to blossom, and I knew that I was in France. After that Blenkiron's own arrangements began, and soon I was drinking coffee with a young lieutenant of chasseurs, and had taken the gag from Ivory's mouth. The bluecoats looked curiously at the man in the green ulster, whose face was the colour of clay, and who lit cigarette from cigarette with a shaky hand. The lieutenant rang up a general of division who knew all about us. At his headquarters I explained my purpose, and he telegraphed to an army headquarters for a permission which was granted. It was not for nothing that in January I had seen certain great personages in Paris, and that Blenkiron had wired ahead of me to prepare the way. Here I handed over Ivory and his guard, for I wanted them to proceed to Amiens under French supervision, well knowing that the men of that great army are not used to let slip what they once hold. It was a morning of clear spring sunlight, when we breakfasted in that little red-roofed town among vineyards with a shining river looping at our feet. The general of division was an Algerian veteran with a brush of grizzled hair, whose eye kept wandering to a map on the wall where pins and stretched thread made a spider's web. "Any news from the north?" I asked. "Not yet," he said, "but the attack comes soon. It will be against our army in Champagne." With a lean figure he pointed out the enemy dispositions. "Why not against the British?" I asked. With a knife and fork I made a right angle and put a salt dish in the centre. "That is the German concentration. They can so mass that we do not know which side of the angle they will strike till the blow falls." "It is true," he replied, "but consider. For the enemy to attack towards the Somme would be to fight over many miles of an old battleground where all is still desert and every yard of which you British know. In Champagne, at a bound, he might enter unbroken country. It is a long and difficult road to Amiens, but not so long to Chillon. Such is the view of Pétain. Does it convince you?" "The reasoning is good. Nevertheless, he will strike at Amiens, and I think he will begin today." He laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "Nous verrons. You are obstinate, my general, like all your excellent countrymen." But as I left his headquarters an aide-de-camp handed him a message on a pink slip. He read it and turned to me with a grave face. "You have a flair, my friend. I am glad we did not wager. This morning at dawn there is great fighting around Saint-Quentin. Be comforted, for they will not pass. Your Maréchal will hold them." That was the first news I had of the battle. At Dijon, according to plan, I met the others. I only just caught the Paris train, and Blenkiron's great wrists lugged me into the carriage when it was well in motion. There sat Peter, a docile figure in a carefully patched old R.F.C. uniform. Wake was reading a pile of French papers, and in a corner Mary, with her feet up on the seat, was sound asleep. We did not talk much, for the life of the past days had been so hectic that we had no wish to recall it. Blenkiron's face wore an air of satisfaction, and as he looked out at the sunny spring landscape he hummed his only tune. Even Wake had lost his restlessness. He had on a pair of big tortoiseshell reading glasses, and when he looked up from his newspaper and caught my eye he smiled. Mary slept like a child, delicately flushed, her breath scarcely stirring the collar of the greatcoat which was folded across her throat. I remember looking with a kind of awe at the curve of her young face and the long lashes that lay so softly on her cheek, and wondering how I had borne the anxiety of the last months. Wake raised his head from his reading, glanced at Mary and then at me, and his eyes were kind, almost affectionate. He seemed to have won peace of mind among the hills. Only Peter was out of the picture. He was a strange, disconsolate figure as he shifted about to ease his leg, or gazed incuriously from the window. He had shaved his beard again, but it did not make him younger, for his face was too lined and his eyes too old to change. When I spoke to him he looked towards Mary and held up a warning finger. "I go back to England," he whispered. "Your little Missy is going to take care of me till I am settled. We spoke of it yesterday at my cottage. I will find a lodging and be patient till the war is over. And you, Dick?" "Oh, I rejoined my division. Thank God this job is over. I have an easy mind now and can turn my attention to straightforward soldiering. I don't mind telling you that I'll be glad to think that you and Mary and Blenkiron are safe at home. What about you, Wake?" "I go back to my Labour battalion," he said cheerfully. "Like you, I have an easier mind." I shook my head. "We'll see about that. I don't like such sinful waste. We've had a bit of campaigning together and I know your quality." "The battalion's quite good enough for me," and he relapsed into a day-old ton. Mary had suddenly woke and was sitting upright with her fist in her eyes like a small child. Her hand flew to her hair and her eyes ran over us as if to see that we were all there. As she counted the four of us, she seemed relieved. "I reckon you feel refreshed, Miss Mary," said Blenkiron. "It's good to think that now we can sleep in peace, all of us. Pretty soon you'll be in England and spring will be beginning, and please God it'll be the start of a better world. Our work's over anyhow." "I wonder," said the girl gravely. "I don't think there's any discharge in this war. Dick, have you news of the battle? This was the day." "It's begun," I said, and I told him the little I had learned from the French general. "I've made a reputation as a prophet, for he thought the attack was coming in Champagne. It's Saint-Quentin right enough, but I don't know what has happened. We'll hear in Paris." Mary had woke with a startled air, as if she remembered her old instinct that our work would not be finished without a sacrifice, and that sacrifice the best of us. The notion kept recurring to me with an uneasy insistence. But soon she appeared to forget her anxiety. That afternoon, as we journeyed through the pleasant land of France, she was in holiday mood, and she forced all our spirits up to her level. It was calm, bright weather. The long curves of ploughland were beginning to quicken into green. The catkins made a blue mist on the willows by the watercourses, and in the orchards by the red-roofed hamlets the blossom was breaking. In such a scene it was hard to keep the mind sober and grey, and the pall of war slid from us. Mary cosseted and fussed over Peter like an elder sister over a delicate little boy. She made him stretch his bad leg full length on the seat, and when she made tea for the party of us, it was a protesting Peter who had the last sugar biscuit. Indeed, we were almost a merry company, for Blenkiron told stories of old hunting and engineering days in the West, and Peter and I were driven to cap them, and Mary asked provocative questions, and Wake listened with amused interest. It was well that we had the carriage to ourselves, for no queerer rigs were ever assembled. Mary, as always, was neat and workmanlike in her dress. Blenkiron was magnificent in a suit of russet tweed with a pale blue shirt and collar and well-polished brown shoes. But Peter and Wake were in uniforms which had seen far better days, and I wore still the boots and the shapeless and ragged clothes of Joseph Zimmer, the porter from Arosa. We appeared to forget the war, but we didn't, for it was in the background of all our minds. Somewhere in the north there was raging a desperate fight, and its issue was the true test of our success or failure. Mary showed it by bidding me ask for news at every stopping place. I asked gendarmes and permissionnaires, but I learned nothing. Nobody had ever heard of the battle. The upshot was that for the last hour we all fell silent, and when we reached Paris about 7 o'clock, my first errand was to the bookstall. I bought a batch of evening papers which we tried to read in the taxis that carried us to our hotel. Sure enough, there was the announcement in big headlines. The enemy had attacked in great strength from south of Arras to the Oise, but everywhere he had been repulsed and held in our battle zone. The leading articles were confident, the notes by the various military critics were almost braggart. At last the German had been driven to an offensive, and the Allies would have the opportunity they had longed for of proving their superior fighting strength. It was, said one and all, the opening of the last phase of the war. I confess that as I read, my heart sank. If the civilians were so overconfident, might not the generals have fallen into the same trap? Blenkiron alone was unperturbed. Mary said nothing, but she sat with her chin in her hands, which with her was a sure sign of deep preoccupation. Next morning the papers could tell us little more. The main attack had been on both sides of Saint-Quentin, and though the British had given ground, it was only the outposts line that had gone. The mist had favoured the enemy, and his bombardment had been terrific, especially the gas shells. Every journal added the old comment that he had paid heavily for his temerity, with losses far exceeding those of the defence. Wake appeared at breakfast in his private's uniform. He wanted to get his railway warrant and be off at once, but when I heard that Amiens was his destination, I ordered him to stay and travel with me in the afternoon. I was in uniform myself now and had taken charge of the outfit. I arranged that Blenkiron, Mary and Peter should go on to Boulogne and sleep the night there, while Wake and I would be dropped at Amiens to await instructions. I spent a busy morning. Once again I visited with Blenkiron the little cabinet in the Boulevard Saint-Germain and told in every detail our work of the past 2 months. Once again I sat in the low building beside the Invalides and talked to staff officers. But some of the men I had seen on the first visit were not there. The chiefs of the French army had gone north. We arranged for the handling of the wild birds, now safely in France, and sanction was given to the course I had proposed to adopt with Ivery. He and his guard were on their way to Amiens, and I would meet them there on the morrow. The great men were very complimentary to us, so complimentary that my knowledge of grammatical French ebbed away, and I could only stutter in reply. That telegram sent by Blenkiron on the night of the 18th, from the information given me in the Pink Chalet, had done wonders in clearing up the situation. But when I asked them about the battle, they could tell me little. It was a very serious attack in tremendous force, but the British line was strong and the reserves were believed to be sufficient. Pétain and Foch had gone north to consult with Haig. The situation in Champagne was still obscure, but some French reserves were already moving thence to the Somme sector. One thing they did show me, the British dispositions. As I looked at the plan, I saw that my old division was in the thick of the fighting. "Where do you go now?" I was asked. "To Amiens, and then, please God, to the battlefront," I said. "Good fortune to you. You do not give body or mind much rest, my General." After that I went to the Mission Anglaise, but they had nothing beyond Haig's communiqué and a telephone message from GHQ that the critical sector was likely to be that between Saint-Quentin and the Oise. The northern pillar of our defence, south of Arras, which they had been nervous about, had stood like a rock. That pleased me, for my old battalion of the Lennox Highlanders was there. Crossing the Place de la Concorde, we fell in with a British staff officer of my acquaintance who was just starting to motor back to GHQ from Paris leave. He had a longer face than the people at the Invalides. "I don't like it, I tell you," he said. "It's this mist that worries me. I went down the whole line from Arras to the Oise 10 days ago. It was beautifully sited, the cleverest thing you ever saw. The outpost line was mostly a chain of blobs, redoubts, you know, with machine guns, so arranged as to bring flanking fire to bear on the advancing enemy. But mist would play the devil with that scheme, for the enemy would be past the place for flanking fire before we knew it. Oh, I know we had good warning and had the battle zone manned in time, but the outpost line was meant to hold out long enough to get everything behind in apple pie order, and I can't see but how big chunks of it must have gone in the first rush. Mind you, we've banked everything on that battle zone. It's damned good, but if it's gone—" He flung up his hands. "Have we good reserves?" I asked. He shrugged his shoulders. "Have we positions prepared behind the battle zone?" "I didn't notice any," he said dryly, and was off before I could get more out of him. "You look rattled, Dick," said Blenkiron as we walked to the hotel. "I seem to have got the needle. It's silly, but I feel worse about this show than I've ever felt since the war started. Look at this city here. The papers take it easily, and the people are walking about as if nothing was happening. Even the soldiers aren't worried. You may call me a fool to take it so hard, but I have a sense in my bones that we're in for the bloodiest and darkest fight of our lives, and that soon Paris will be hearing the Boche guns as she did in 1914. "You're a cheerful old Jeremiah. Well, I'm glad Miss Mary's going to be in England soon. Seems to me she's right, and that this game of ours isn't quite played out yet. I'm envying you some, for there's a place waiting for you in the fighting line." "You've got to get home and keep people's heads straight there. That's the weak link in our chain, and there's a mighty lot of work before you." "Maybe," he said abstractedly, with his eye on the top of the Vendôme column. The train that afternoon was packed with officers recalled from leave, and it took all the combined purchase of Blenkiron and myself to get a carriage reserved for our little party. At the last moment I opened the door to admit a warm and agitating captain of the R.F.C., in whom I recognised my friend and benefactor, Archie Roylance. "Just when I was getting nice and clean and comfy, a wire comes telling me to bundle back, all along of a new battle. It's a cruel war, sir." The afflicted young man mopped his forehead, grinned cheerfully at Blenkiron, glanced critically at Peter, then caught sight of Mary, and grew at once acutely conscious of his appearance. He smoothed his hair, adjusted his tie, and became desperately sedate. I introduced him to Peter, and he promptly forgot Mary's existence. If Peter had had any vanity in him, it would have been flattered by the frank interest and admiration in the boy's eyes. "I'm tremendously glad to see you safe back, sir. I've always hoped I might get a chance of meeting you. We want you badly now on the front. Lensch is getting a bit uppish." Then his eye fell on Peter's withered leg, and he saw that he had blundered. He blushed scarlet and looked his apologies. But they weren't needed, for it cheered Peter to meet someone who talked of the possibility of his fighting again. Soon the two were deep in technicalities, the appalling technicalities of the airmen. It was no good listening to their talk, for you could make nothing of it, but it was bracing up Peter like wine. Archie gave him a minute description of Lensch's latest doings and his new methods. He too had heard the rumour that Peter had mentioned to me at St. Anton, of a new Boche plane with mighty engines and stumpy wings cunningly cambered, which was a devil to climb, but no specimens had yet appeared over the line. They talked of Bali and Rice Davids and Bishop and McCudden and all the heroes who had won their spurs since the Somme, and of the new British makes, most of which Peter had never seen and had to have explained to him. Outside a haze had drawn over the meadows with the twilight. I pointed it out to Blenkiron. "There's the fog that's doing us. This March weather is just like October, mist morning and evening. I wish to heaven we could have some good old drenching spring rain." Archie was discoursing on the Shark Gladys machine. "I've always stuck to it, for it's a marvel in its way, but it has my heart fairly broke. The General here knows its little tricks, don't you, sir? Whenever things get really excitin', the engine's apt to quit work and take a rest." "The whole make should be publicly burned," I said with gloomy recollections. "I wouldn't go so far, sir. The old Gladys has surprisin' merits. On her day there's nothing like her for pace and climbing power, and she steers as sweet as a racing cutter. The trouble about her is she's too complicated. She's like some breeds of car. You want to be a mechanical genius to understand her. If they'd only get her a little simpler and safer, there wouldn't be her match in the field. I'm about the only man that has patience with her and knows her merits, but she's often been nearly the death of me. All the same, if I were in for a big fight against some fellow like Lensch, where it was neck or nothing, I'm hanged if I wouldn't pick the Gladys." Archie laughed apologetically. "The subject is banned for me in our mess. I'm the old thing's only champion, and she's like a mare I used to hunt that loved me so much she was always trying to chew the arm off me. But I wish I could get her a fair trial from one of the big pilots. I'm only in the second class myself." We were running north through Saint-Just when above the rattle of the train rose a curious dull sound. It came from the east and was like the low growl of a veld thunderstorm or a steady roll of muffled drums. "Hark to the guns!" cried Archie. "My aunt, there's a tidy bombardment going on somewhere." I had been listening on and off to guns for 3 years. I had been present at the big preparations before Loos and the Somme and Arras, and I had come to accept the racket of artillery as something natural and inevitable, like rain or sunshine. But this sound chilled me with its eeriness. I don't know why. Perhaps it was its unexpectedness, for I was sure that the guns had not been heard in this area since before the Marne. The noise must be travelling down the Oise valley, and I judged there was big fighting somewhere about Chauny or La Fère. That meant that the enemy was pressing hard on a huge front, for here was clearly a great effort on its extreme left wing. Unless it was our counter-attack, but somehow I didn't think so. I let down the window and stuck my head into the night. The fog had crept up to the edge of the track, a gossamer mist through which houses and trees and cattle could be seen dim in the moonlight. The noise continued, not a mutter, but a steady rumbling flow as solid as the blare of a trumpet. Presently, as we drew nearer Amiens, we left it behind us, for in all the Somme valley there is some curious configuration which blankets sound. The country folk call it the Silent Land, and during the first phase of the Somme battle a man in Amiens could not hear the guns 20 miles off at Albert. As I sat down again I found that the company had fallen silent, even the garrulous Archie. Mary's eyes met mine, and in the indifferent light of the French railway carriage I could see excitement in them. I knew it was excitement, not fear. She had never heard the noise of a great barrage before. Blenkiron was restless, and Peter was sunk in his own thoughts. I was growing very depressed, for in a little I would have to part from my best friends and the girl I loved. But with the depression was mixed an odd expectation, which was almost pleasant. The guns had brought back my profession to me. I was moving towards their thunder, and God only knew the end of it. The happy dream I had dreamed of in the Cotswolds and a home with Mary beside me seemed suddenly to have fallen away to an infinite distance. I felt once again that I was on the razor edge of life. The last part of the journey I was casting back to rake up my knowledge of the countryside. I saw again the stricken belt from Serres to Combles, where we had fought in the summer of '17. I had not been present in the advance of the following spring, but I had been at Cambrai, and I knew all the down country from Lagnicourt to Saint-Quentin. I shut my eyes and tried to picture it, and to see the roads running up to the line, and wondered just at what points the big pressure had come. They had told me in Paris that the British were as far south as the Oise, so the bombardment we had heard must be directed to our address. With Passchendaele and Cambrai in my mind, and with some notion of the difficulty we always had in getting drafts, I was puzzled to think where we could have found the troops to man the new front. We must be unholily thin on that long line, and against that awesome bombardment, and the masses and the new tactics that Ivory had bragged of. When we ran into the dingy cavern, which is Amiens station, I seemed to note a new excitement. I felt it in the air rather than deduced it from any special incident, except that the platform was very crowded with civilians, most of them with an extra amount of baggage. I wondered if the place had been bombed the night before. "We won't say goodbye yet," I told the others. "The train doesn't leave for half an hour. I'm off to try and get news." Accompanied by Archie, I hunted out an RTO of my acquaintance. To my questions he responded cheerfully. "Oh, we're doing famously, sir. I heard this afternoon from a man in operations that GHQ was perfectly satisfied. We've killed a lot of Huns and lost only a few kilometres of ground. You're going to your division? Well, it's up Peronne way, or was last night. Chain and Dunthorpe came back from leave and tried to steal a car to get up to it. Oh, I'm having the deuce of a time. These blighted civilians have got the wind up and a lot are trying to clear out. The idiots say the Huns will be in Amiens in a week. What's the phrase? Pourvu que les civils tiennent. Afraid I must push on, sir." I sent Archie back with these scraps of news, and was about to make a rush for the house of one of the press officers who would, I thought, be in the way of knowing things, when at the station entrance I ran across Laidlaw. He had been BGGS in the corps to which my old brigade belonged, and was now on the staff of some army. He was striding towards a car when I grabbed his arm, and he turned on me a very sick face. "Good Lord, Hannay, where did you spring from? The news, you say?" He sank his voice and drew me into a quiet corner. "The news is hellish." "They told me we were holding," I observed. "Holding be damned. The Boche is clean through on a broad front. He broke us today at Messumy and Essigny. Yes, the battle zone. He's flinging in division after division like the blows of a hammer. What else could you expect?" And he clutched my arm fiercely. "How in God's name could 11 divisions hold a front of 40 miles? And against 4 to 1 in numbers? It isn't war, it's naked lunacy." I knew the worst now, and it didn't shock me, for I had known it was coming. Laidlaw's nerves were pretty bad, for his face was pale and his eyes bright like a man with a fever. "Reserves!" And he laughed bitterly. "We have 3 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry. They're into the mill long ago. The French are coming up on our right, but they've the devil of a way to go. That's what I'm down here about. And we're getting help from Horn and Plummer. But all that takes days, and meantime we're walking back like we did at Mons. And at this time of day, too. Oh, yes, the whole line's retreating. Parts of it were pretty comfortable, but they had to get back or be put in the bag. I wish to heaven I knew where our right divisions have got to. For all I know, they're at Compiègne by now. The Boche was over the canal this morning, and by this time, most likely, he's across the Somme." At that I exclaimed, "Do you mean to tell me we're going to lose Peronne?" "Peronne!" he cried. "We'll be lucky not to lose Amiens. And on top of it all, I've got some kind of blasted fever. I'll be raving in an hour." He was rushing off, but I held him. "What about my old lot?" I asked. "Oh, damn good, but they're all shot to bits. Every division did well. It's a marvel they weren't all scuppered, and it'll be a flaming miracle if they find a line they can stand on. Westwater's got a leg smashed. He was brought down this evening, and you'll find him in the hospital. Fraser's killed, and Lefroy's a prisoner. At least that was my last news. I don't know who's got the brigades, but Masterson's carrying on with the division. You'd better get up the line as fast as you can and take over from him. See the army commander. He'll be in Amiens tomorrow morning for a powwow." Laidlaw laid wearily back in his car and disappeared into the night while I hurried to the train. The others had descended to the platform and were grouped around Archie, who was discoursing optimistic nonsense. I got them into the carriage and shut the door. "It's pretty bad," I said. "The front's pierced in several places and we're back to the Upper Somme. I'm afraid it isn't going to stop there. I'm off up the line as soon as I can get my orders. Wake, you'll come with me, for every man will be wanted. Blenkiron, you'll see Mary and Peter safe to England. We're just in time, for tomorrow it mightn't be easy to get out of Amiens." I can see yet the anxious faces in that ill-lit compartment. We said goodbye after the British style, without much to do. I remember that old Peter gripped my hand, as if he would never release it, and that Mary's face had grown very pale. If I delayed another second I should have howled, for Mary's lips were trembling and Peter had eyes like a wounded stag. "God bless you," I said hoarsely, and as I went off I heard Peter's voice, a little cracked, saying, "God bless you, my old friend." I spent some weary hours looking for Westwater. He was not in the big clearing station, but I ran him to earth at last in the new hospital which had just got going in the Ursuline convent. He was the most sterling little man, in ordinary life rather dry and dogmatic, with a trick of taking you up sharply, which didn't make him popular. Now he was lying very stiff and quiet in the hospital bed, and his blue eyes were solemn and pathetic like a sick dog's. "There's nothing much wrong with me," he said, in reply to my question. "A shell dropped beside me and damaged my foot. They say they'll have to cut it off. I've an easier mind now you're here, Hannay. Of course you'll take over from Masterton. He's a good man, but not quite up to his job. Poor Fraser. You've heard about Fraser. He was done in at the very start. Yes, a shell. And Lefroy. If he's alive and not too badly smashed, the Hun has got a troublesome prisoner." He was too sick to talk, but he wouldn't let me go. "The division was all right. Don't you believe anyone who says we didn't fight like heroes. Our outpost line held up the Hun for 6 hours, and only about a dozen men came back. We could have stuck it out in the battle zone if both flanks hadn't been turned. They got through Crabbe's left and came down the Vuray ravine, and a big wave rushed Shropshire Wood. We fought it out yard by yard and didn't budge till we saw the Plessis dump blazing in our rear. Then it was about time to go. We haven't many battalion commanders left. Watson, Endicott, Crochet. He stammered out a list of gallant fellows who had gone. Get back double quick, Hannay. They want you. I'm not happy about Masterton. He's too young for the job. And then a nurse drove me out, and I left him speaking in the strange forced voice of great weakness. At the foot of the staircase stood Mary. I saw you go in, she said, so I waited for you. Oh, my dear, I cried, you should have been in Boulogne by now. What madness brought you here? They know me here and they've taken me on. You couldn't expect me to stay behind. You said yourself everybody was wanted, and I'm in a service like you. Please don't be angry, Dick. I wasn't angry. I wasn't even extra anxious. The whole thing seemed to have been planned by fate since the creation of the world. The game we had engaged in wasn't finished, and it was right that we should play it out together. With that feeling came a conviction, too, of ultimate victory. Somehow or sometime we should get to the end of our pilgrimage. But I remembered Mary's forebodings about the sacrifice required. The best of us. That ruled me out, but what about her? I caught her to my arms. Goodbye, my very dearest. Don't worry about me, for mine's a soft job, and I can look after my skin. But oh, take care of yourself, for you are all the world to me. She kissed me gravely like a wise child. I am not afraid for you, she said. You are going to stand in the breach, and I know you will win. Remember that there is someone here whose heart is so full of pride of her man that it hasn't room for fear. As I went out of the convent door, I felt that once again I had been given my orders. It did not surprise me that, when I sought out my room on an upper floor of the Hôtel de France, I found Blenkiron in the corridor. He was in the best of spirits. You can't keep me out of the show, Dick, he said, so you needn't start arguing. Why, this is the one original chance of a lifetime for John S. Blenkiron. Our little fight at Erzurum was only a sideshow, but this is a real high-class Armageddon. I guess I'll find a way to make myself useful. I had no doubt he would, and I was glad he had stayed behind. But I felt it was hard on Peter to have the job of returning to England alone at such a time, like useless flotsam washed up by a flood. You needn't worry, said Blenkiron. Peter's not making England this trip. To the best of my knowledge, he has beat it out of this township by the eastern postern. He had some talk with Sir Archibald Roylance, and presently other gentlemen of the Royal Flying Corps appeared, and the upshot was that Sir Archibald hitched on to Peter's grip and departed without saying farewell. My notion is that he's gone to have a few words with his old friends at some flying station, or he might have the idea of going back to England by aeroplane, and so having one last flutter before he folds his wings. Anyhow, Peter looked a mighty happy man. The last I saw he was smoking his pipe with a batch of young lads in a Flying Corps wagon and heading straight for Germany. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. How an Exile returned to his own people. Next morning I found the army commander on his way to Doullens. "Take over the division?" he said. "Certainly. I'm afraid there isn't much left of it. I'll tell Carr to get through to the Corps headquarters when he can find them. You'll have to nurse the remnants, for they can't be pulled out yet, not for a day or two. Bless me, Hannay, there are parts of our line which we're holding with a man and a boy. You've got to stick it out till the French take over. We're not hanging on by our eyelids, it's our eyelashes now." "What about positions to fall back on, sir?" I asked. "We're doing our best, but we haven't enough men to prepare them." He plucked open a map. "There we're digging a line, and there. If we can hold that bit for 2 days, we shall have a fair line resting on the river, but we mayn't have time." Then I told him about Blenkiron, whom of course he had heard of. He was one of the biggest engineers in the States, and he's got a nailing fine eye for country. He'll make good somehow if you let him help in the job." "The very fellow," he said, and he wrote an order. "Take this to Jacks and he'll fix up a temporary commission. Your man can find a uniform somewhere in Amiens." After that I went to the detail camp and found that Ivery had duly arrived. "The prisoner has given no trouble, sir," Hamilton reported, "but he's a wee thing peevish. They're saying that the Germans is getting on fine, and I was telling him that he should be proud of his ain folk. But he wasn't verra weel pleased." 3 days had wrought a transformation in Ivery. That face, once so cool and capable, was now sharpened like a hunted beast's. His imagination was preying on him, and I could picture its torture. He, who had been always at the top directing the machine, was now only a cog in it. He had never in his life been anything but powerful. Now he was impotent. He was in a hard, unfamiliar world, in the grip of something which he feared and didn't understand, in the charge of men who were in no way amenable to his persuasiveness. It was like a proud and bullying manager suddenly forced to labour in a squad of navvies, and worse, for there was the gnawing physical fear of what was coming. He made an appeal to me. "Do the English torture their prisoners?" he asked. "You have beaten me, I own it, and I plead for mercy. I will go on my knees if you like. I am not afraid of death, in my own way." Few people are afraid of death, in their own way. "Why do you degrade me? I am a gentleman." "Not as we define the thing," I said. His jaw dropped. "What are you going to do with me?" he quavered. "You have been a soldier," I said. "You are going to see a little fighting from the ranks. There will be no brutality. You will be armed if you want to defend yourself. You will have the same chance of survival as the men around you. You may have heard that your countrymen are doing well. It is even possible that they may win the battle. What was your forecast to me? Amiens in 2 days, Abbeville in 3? Well, you are a little behind scheduled time, but still you are prospering. You told me that you were the chief architect of all this, and you are going to be given the chance of seeing it, perhaps of sharing in it, from the other side. Does it not appeal to your sense of justice?" He groaned and turned away. I had no more pity for him than I would have had for a black mamba that had killed my friend and was now caught to a cleft tree. Nor, oddly enough, had Wake. If we had shot Ivery outright at St. Anton, I am certain that Wake would have called us murderers. Now he was in complete agreement. His passionate hatred of war made him rejoice that a chief contriver of war should be made to share in its terrors. "He tried to talk me over this morning," he told me. "Claimed he was on my side, and said the kind of thing I used to say last year. It made me rather ashamed of some of my past performances to hear that scoundrel imitating them. By the way, Hannay, what are you going to do with me?" "You're coming on my staff. You're a stout fellow, and I can't do without you." "Remember, I won't fight." "You won't be asked to. We're trying to stem the tide which wants to roll to the sea. You know how the Boche behaves in occupied country, and Mary's in Amiens." At that news he shut his lips. "Still," he began. "Still," I said, "I don't ask you to forfeit one of your blessed principles. You needn't fire a shot. But I want a man to carry orders for me, for we haven't a line any more, only a lot of blobs like Quicksilver. I want a clever man for the job and a brave one, and I know that you're not afraid." "No," he said, "I don't think I am, much. Well, I'm content." I started Blenkiron off in a car for Corps Headquarters, and in the afternoon took the road myself. I knew every inch of the country, the lift of the hill east of Amiens, the Roman highway that ran straight as an arrow to Saint-Quentin, the marshy lagoons of the Somme, and that broad strip of land wasted by battle between Dompierre and Péronne. I had come to Amiens through it in January, for I had been up to the line before I left for Paris, and then it had been a peaceful place, with peasants tilling their fields, and new buildings going up on the old battlefield, and carpenters busy at cottage roofs, and scarcely a transport wagon on the road to remind one of war. Now the main route was choked like the Albert road when the Somme battle first began, troops going up and troops coming down, the latter in the last stage of weariness, a ceaseless traffic of ambulances one way and ammunition wagons the other, busy staff cars trying to worm a way through the mass, strings of gun horses, oddments of cavalry, and here and there blue French uniforms. All that I had seen before, but one thing was new to me. Little country carts with sad-faced women and mystified children in them, and piles of household plenishing were creeping westward, or stood waiting at village doors. Beside these tramped old men and boys, mostly in their Sunday best, as if they were going to church. I had never seen the sight before, for I had never seen the British army falling back. The dam which held up the waters had broken, and the dwellers in the valley were trying to save their pitiful little treasures. And over everything, horse and man, cart and wheelbarrow, road and tillage, lay the white March dust. The sky was as blue as June, small birds were busy in the copses, and in the corners of abandoned gardens I had a glimpse of the first violets. Presently, as we topped a rise, we came within full noise of the guns. That too was new to me, for it was no ordinary bombardment. There was a special quality in the sound, something ragged, straggling, intermittent, which I had never heard before. It was the sign of open warfare and a moving battle. At Péronne, from which the newly returned inhabitants had a second time fled, the battle seemed to be at the doors. There I had news of my division. It was farther south, towards Saint-Christ. We groped our way among bad roads to where its headquarters were believed to be, while the voice of the guns grew louder. They turned out to be those of another division, which was busy getting ready to cross the river. Then the dark fell, and while airplanes flew west into the sunset, there was a redder sunset in the east, where the unceasing flashes of gunfire were pale against the angry glow of burning dumps. The sight of the bonnet badge of a Scots Fusilier made me halt, and the man turned out to belong to my division. Half an hour later I was taking over from the much relieved Masterton in the ruins of what had once been a sugar beet factory. There, to my surprise, I found Lefroy. The Boche had held him prisoner for precisely 8 hours. During that time he had been so interested in watching the way the enemy handled an attack that he had forgotten the miseries of his position. He described with blasphemous admiration the endless wheel by which supplies and reserve troops move up, the silence, the smoothness, the perfect discipline. Then he realized that he was a captive and unwounded, and had gone mad. Being a heavyweight boxer of note, he had sent his 2 guards spinning into a ditch, dodged the ensuing shots, and found shelter in the lee of a blazing ammunition dump where his pursuers hesitated to follow. Then he had spent an anxious hour trying to get through an outpost line, which he thought was Boche. Only by overhearing an exchange of oaths in the accents of Dundee did he realize that it was our own. It was a comfort to have Lefroy back, for he was both stout-hearted and resourceful. But I found that I had a division only on paper. It was about the strength of a brigade, the brigade's battalions, and the battalion's companies. This is not the place to write the story of the week that followed. I could not write it even if I wanted to, for I don't know it. There was a plan somewhere, which you will find in the history books, but with me it was blank chaos. Orders came, but long before they arrived the situation had changed, and I could no more obey them than fly to the moon. Often I had lost touch with the divisions on both flanks. Intelligence arrived erratically out of the void, and for the most part we worried along without it. I heard we were under the French. First it was said to be Foch, and then Fayolle, whom I had met in Paris. But the higher command seemed 1,000,000 miles away, and we were left to use our mother wits. My problem was to give ground as slowly as possible, and at the same time not to delay too long, for retreat we must, with the Boche sending in brand new divisions each morning. It was a kind of war worlds distant from the old trench battles, and since I had been taught no other, I had to invent rules as I went along. Looking back, it seems a miracle that any of us came out of it. Only the grace of God and the uncommon toughness of the British soldier bluffed the Hun and prevented him pouring through the breach to Abbeville and the sea. We were no better than a mosquito curtain stuck in a doorway to stop the advance of an angry bull. The army commander was right. We were hanging on with our eyelashes. We must have been easily the weakest part of the whole front, for we were holding a line which was never less than 2 miles, and was often, as I judged, nearer 5, and there was nothing in reserve to us except some oddments of cavalry who chased about the whole battlefield under vague orders. Mercifully for us, the Boche blundered. Perhaps he did not know our condition, for our airmen were magnificent, and you never saw a Boche plane over our line by day, though they bombed us merrily by night. If he had called our bluff we should have been done, but he put his main strength to the north and the south of us. North he pressed hard on the Third Army, but he got well hammered by the Guards north of Bapaume, and he could make no headway at Arras. South he drove at the Paris Railway and down the Oise Valley, but there Pétain's reserves had arrived, and the French made a noble stand. Not that he didn't fight hard in the centre where we were, but he hadn't his best troops, and after we got west of the bend of the Somme he was outrunning his heavy guns. Still, it was a desperate enough business, for our flanks were all the time falling back, and we had to conform to movements we could only guess at. After all, we were on the direct route to Amiens, and it was up to us to yield slowly so as to give Haig and Pétain time to get up supports. I was a miser about every yard of ground, for every yard and every minute were precious. We alone stood between the enemy and the city, and in the city was Mary. If you ask me about our plans, I can't tell you. I had a new one every hour. I got instructions from the Corps, but as I have said, they were usually out of date before they arrived, and most of my tactics I had to invent myself. I had a plain task, and to fulfill it I had to use what methods the Almighty allowed me. I hardly slept, I ate little, I was on the move day and night, but I never felt so strong in my life. It seemed as if I couldn't tire, and oddly enough I was happy. If a man's whole being is focused on one aim, he has no time to worry. I remember we were all very gentle and soft-spoken those days. Lefroy, whose tongue was famous for its edge, now cooed like a dove. The troops were on their uppers, but as steady as rocks. We were against the end of the world, and that stiffens a man. Day after day saw the same performance. I held my wavering front with an outpost line which delayed each new attack till I could take its bearings. I had special companies for counter-attack at selected points when I wanted time to retire the rest of the division. I think we must have fought more than a dozen of such little battles. We lost men all the time, but the enemy made no big scoop, though he was always on the edge of one. Looking back, it seems like a succession of miracles. Often I was in one end of a village when the Boche was in the other. Our batteries were always on the move, and the work of the gunners was past praising. Sometimes we faced east, sometimes north, and once at a most critical moment due south, for our front waved and blew like a flag at a masthead. Thank God the enemy was getting away from his big engine, and his ordinary troops were fagged and poor in quality. It was when his fresh shock battalions came on that I held my breath. He had a heathenish amount of machine guns, and he used them beautifully. Oh, I take my hat off to the Boche performance. He was doing what we had tried to do at the Somme and the Aisne and Arras and Ypres, and he was more or less succeeding. And the reason was that he was going bald-headed for victory. The men, as I have said, were wonderfully steady and patient under the fiercest trials that soldiers can endure. I had all kinds in the division, old army, new army, territorials, and you couldn't pick and choose between them. They fought like Trojans, and dirty, weary and hungry, found still some salt of humour in their sufferings. It was a proof of the rock-bottom sanity of human nature, but we had one man with us who was hardly sane. In the hustle of those days I now and then caught sight of Ivory. I had to be everywhere at all hours, and often visited that remnant of Scots Fusiliers into which the subtlest brain in Europe had been drafted. He and his keepers were never on outpost duty or in any counter-attack. They were part of the mass whose only business was to retire discreetly. This was child's play to Hamilton, who had been out since Mons, and Amos, after taking a day to get used to it, wrapped himself in his grim philosophy and rather enjoyed it. You couldn't surprise Amos any more than a Turk. But the man with them, whom they never left, that was another matter. For the first wee bit, Hamilton reported, we thought he was gone daft. Every shell that came near he jumped like a young horse. And the gas, we had to tie on his mask for him, for his hands were fushionless. There was whiles that he wadna be hindered from standing up and talking to hisself, though the bullets was spitting. He was what ye call demoralised. Syne he got as though he didna hear or see onything. He did what we telled him, and when we let him be, he sat down and grat. He's aye greeting, 'Queer thing, sir, but the Germans canna hit him. I'm aye shaking bullets out of my claes, and I got a hole in my shoulder, and Andrew took a bash on his tin that would have felled anybody that hadn't a head like a stot. But, sir, the prisoner takes no skaith. Our boys have feared of him. There was an Irishman says to me that he had the evil eye, and ye can see for yourself that he's no canny." I saw that his skin had become like parchment, and that his eyes were glassy. I don't think he recognised me. "Does he take his meals?" I asked. "He doesn't eat muckle, but he has an unco thirst. You canna keep him off the men's water bottles." He was learning very fast the meaning of that war he had so confidently played with. I believe I am a merciful man, but as I looked at him I felt no vestige of pity. He was dreeing the weird he had prepared for others. I thought of Scudder, of the 1,000 friends I had lost, of the great seas of blood and the mountains of sorrow this man and his like had made for the world. Out of the corner of my eye I could see the long ridges above Comble and Longueval, which the salt of the earth had fallen to win, and which were again under the hoof of the Boche. I thought of the distracted city behind us, and what it meant to me, and the weak, the pitifully weak screen which was all its defence. I thought of the foul deeds which had made the German name to stink by land and sea, foulness of which he was the arch begetter. And then I was amazed at our forbearance. He would go mad, and madness for him was more decent than sanity. I had another man who wasn't what you might call normal, and that was Wake. He was the opposite of shell-shocked, if you understand me. He had never been properly under fire before, but he didn't give a straw for it. I had known the same thing with other men, and they generally ended by crumpling up, for it isn't natural that 5 or 6 feet of human flesh shouldn't be afraid of what can torture and destroy it. The natural thing is to be always a little scared, like me, but by an effort of the will and attention to work to contrive to forget it. But Wake apparently never gave it a thought. He wasn't foolhardy, only indifferent. He used to go about with a smile on his face, a smile of contentment. Even the horrors, and we had plenty of them, didn't affect him. His eyes, which used to be hot, had now a curious open innocence like Peter's. I would have been happier if he had been a little rattled. One night, after we had had a bad day of anxiety, I talked to him as we smoked in what had once been a French dugout. He was an extra right arm to me, and I told him so. "This must be a queer experience for you," I said. "Yes," he replied, "it is very wonderful. I did not think a man could go through it and keep his reason. But I know many things I did not know before. I know that the soul can be reborn without leaving the body." I stared at him, and he went on without looking at me. "You're not a classical scholar, Hannay? There was a strange cult in the ancient world, the worship of Magna Mater, the Great Mother. To enter into her mysteries, the votary passed through a bath of blood. I think I am passing through that bath. I think that, like the initiate, I shall be renatus in aeternum, reborn into the eternal." I advised him to have a drink, for that talk frightened me. It looked as if he were becoming what the Scots call fey. Lefroy noticed the same thing, and was always speaking about it. He was as brave as a bull himself, and with very much the same kind of courage, but Wake's gallantry perturbed him. "I can't make the chap out," he told me. "He behaves as if his mind was too full of better things to give a damn for Boche guns. He doesn't take foolish risks, I don't mean that, but he behaves as if risks didn't signify. It's positively eerie to see him making notes with a steady hand when shells are dropping like hailstones and we're all thinking every minute's our last. You've got to be careful with him, sir. He's a long sight too valuable for us to spare." Lefroy was right about that, for I don't know what I should have done without him. The worst part of our job was to keep touch with our flanks, and that was what I used Wake for. He covered country like a moss trooper, sometimes on a rusty bicycle, oftener on foot, and you couldn't tire him. I wonder what other divisions thought of the grimy private who was our chief means of communication. He knew nothing of military affairs before, but he got the hang of this rough-and-tumble fighting as if he had been born for it. He never fired a shot, he carried no arms, the only weapons he used were his brains, and they were the best conceivable. I never met a staff officer who was so quick at getting a point or at sizing up a situation. He had put his back into the business, and first-class talent is not common anywhere. One day a GSO from a neighbouring division came to see me. "Where on earth did you pick up that man Wake?" he asked. "He's a conscientious objector and a non-combatant," I said. "Then I wish to heaven we had a few more conscientious objectors in this show. He's the only fellow who seems to know anything about this blessed battle. My general's sending you a chit about him." "No need," I said, laughing. "I know his value. He's an old friend of mine." I used Wake as my link with Corps Headquarters, and especially with Blenkiron. For about the 6th day of the show I was beginning to get rather desperate. This kind of thing couldn't go on for ever. We were miles back now, behind the old line of 17, and as we rested one flank on the river, the immediate situation was a little easier. But I had lost a lot of men, and those that were left were blind with fatigue. The big bulges of the enemy to north and south had added to the length of the total front, and I found I had to fan out my thin ranks. The Boche was still pressing on, though his impetus was slacker. If he knew how little there was to stop him in my section, he might make a push which would carry him to Amiens. Only the magnificent work of our airmen had prevented him from getting that knowledge, but we couldn't keep the secrecy up forever. Some day an enemy plane would get over, and it only needed the drive of a fresh storm battalion or two to scatter us. I wanted a good prepared position, with sound trenches and decent wiring. Above all, I wanted reserves. Reserves. The word was on my lips all day, and it haunted my dreams. I was told that the French were to relieve us, but when? When? My reports to Corps Headquarters were one long wail for more troops. I knew there was a position prepared behind us, but I needed men to hold it. Wake brought in a message from Blenkiron. "We're waiting for you, Dick," he wrote, "and we've gotten quite a nice little home ready for you. The old man hasn't hustled so hard since he struck copper in Montana in '92. We've dug 3 lines of trenches and made a heap of pretty redoubts, and I guess they're well laid out, for the Army staff has supervised them, and they're no slouches at this brand of engineering. You would have laughed to see the labour we employed. We had all breeds of Dago and Chinamen, and some of your own South African blacks, and they got so busy on the job they forgot about bedtime. I used to be reckoned a bit of a slave driver, but my special talents weren't needed with this push. I'm going to put a lot of money into foreign missions henceforward." I wrote back, "Your trenches are no good without men. For God's sake get something that can hold a rifle. My lot are done to the world." Then I left Lefroy with the division and went down on the back of an ambulance to see for myself. I found Blenkiron, some of the Army engineers, and a staff officer from Corps Headquarters, and I found Archie Roylance. They had dug a mighty good line and wired it nobly. It ran from the river to the wood of La Bruyère, on the little hill above the Ablain stream. It was desperately long, but I saw at once it couldn't well be shorter, for the division on the south of us had its hands full with the fringe of the big thrust against the French. "It's no good blinking the facts," I told them. "I haven't 1,000 men, and what I have are at the end of their tether. If you put 'em in these trenches, they'll go to sleep on their feet. When can the French take over?" I was told that it had been arranged for next morning, but that it had now been put off 24 hours. It was only a temporary measure, pending the arrival of British divisions from the north. Archie looked grave. "The Boche is pushing up new troops in this sector. We got the news before I left squadron headquarters. It looks as if it would be a near thing, sir." "It won't be a near thing. It's an absolute black certainty. My fellows can't carry on as they are another day. Great God, they've had a fortnight in hell. Find me more men and we buckle up at the next push." My temper was coming very near its limits. "We've raked the country with a small-tooth comb, sir," said one of the staff officers, "and we've raised a scratch pack, best part of 2,000. Good men, but most of them know nothing about infantry fighting. We've put them into platoons and done our best to give them some kind of training. There's one thing may cheer you. We've plenty of machine guns. There's a machine gun school nearby, and we got all the men who were taking the course and all the plant." I don't suppose there was ever such a force put into the field before. It was a wilder medley than Mouchy's camp followers at first Ypres. There was every kind of detail in the shape of men returning from leave, representing most of the regiments in the army. There were the men from the machine-gun school. There were corps troops, sappers and ASC, and a handful of corps cavalry. Above all, there was a batch of American engineers, fathered by Blenkiron. I inspected them where they were drilling and liked the look of them. 48 hours, I said to myself. With luck we may just pull it off. Then I borrowed a bicycle and went back to the division. But before I left I had a word with Archie. This is one big game of bluff, and it's you fellows alone that enable us to play it. Tell your people that everything depends on them. They mustn't stint the planes in this sector, for if the Boche once suspicions how little he's got before him, the game's up. He's not a fool, and he knows that this is the shortest road to Amiens, but he imagines we're holding it in strength. If we keep up the fiction for another 2 days, the thing's done. You say he's pushing up troops? Yes, and he's sending forward his tanks. Well, that'll take time. He's slower now than a week ago, and he's got a deuce of a country to march over. There's still an outside chance we may win through. You go home and tell the RFC what I've told you." He nodded. "By the way, sir, Pienaar's with the squadron. He would like to come up and see you." "Archie," I said solemnly, "be a good chap and do me a favour. If I think Peter's anywhere near the line, I'll go off my head with worry. This is no place for a man with a bad leg. He should have been in England days ago. Can't you get him off, to Amiens anyhow?" "We scarcely like to. You see, we're all desperately sorry for him. His fun gone and his career over and all that. He likes being with us and listening to our yarns. He has been up once or twice too. The Shark Gladys. He swears it's a great make, and certainly he knows how to handle the little devil." "Then for heaven's sake don't let him do it again. I look to you, Archie. Remember. Promise." "Funny thing, but he's always worrying about you. He has a map on which he marks every day the changes in position, and he'd hobble a mile to pump any of our fellows who've been up your way." That night, under cover of darkness, I drew back the division to the newly prepared lines. We got away easily, for the enemy was busy with his own affairs. I suspected a relief by fresh troops. There was no time to lose, and I can tell you, I toiled to get things straight before dawn. I would have liked to send my own fellows back to rest, but I couldn't spare them yet. I wanted them to stiffen the fresh lot, for they were veterans. The new position was arranged on the same principles as the old front, which had been broken on March 21st. There was our forward zone, consisting of an outpost line and redoubts, very cleverly sited with a line of resistance. Well behind it were the trenches which formed the battle zone. Both zones were heavily wired, and we had plenty of machine guns. I wish I could say we had plenty of men who knew how to use them. The outposts were merely to give the alarm and fall back to the line of resistance, which was to hold out to the last. In the forward zone I put the freshest of my own men, the units being brought up to something like strength by the details returning from leave that the Corps had commandeered. With them I put the American engineers, partly in the redoubts and partly in companies for counter-attack. Blenkiron had reported that they could shoot like Dan'l Boone and were simply spoiling for a fight. The rest of the force was in the battle zone, which was our last hope. If that went, the Boche had a clear walk to Amiens. Some additional field batteries had been brought up to support our very weak divisional artillery. The front was so long that I had to put all three of my emaciated brigades at the line, so I had nothing to speak of in reserve. It was a most almighty gamble. We had found shelter just in time. At 6:30 next day, for a change it was a clear morning with clouds beginning to bank up from the west, the Boche let us know he was alive. He gave us a good drenching with gas shells which didn't do much harm, and then messed up our forward zone with his trench mortars. At 7:20 his men began to come on, first little bunches with machine guns, and then the infantry in waves. It was clear they were fresh troops, and we learned afterwards from prisoners that they were Bavarians, 6th or 7th, I forget which, but the division that hung us up at Monchy. At the same time there was the sound of a tremendous bombardment across the river. It looked as if the main battle had swung from Albert and Montdidier to a direct push for Amiens. I have often tried to write down the events of that day. I tried it in my report to the Corps. I tried it in my own diary. I tried it because Mary wanted it. But I have never been able to make any story that hung together. Perhaps I was too tired for my mind to retain clear impressions, though at the time I was not conscious of special fatigue. More likely it is because the fight itself was so confused, for nothing happened according to the books, and the orderly soul of the Boche must have been scarified. At first it went as I expected. The outpost line was pushed in, but the fire from the redoubts broke up the advance and enabled the line of resistance in the forward zone to give a good account of itself. There was a check and then another big wave, assisted by a barrage from field guns brought far forward. This time the line of resistance gave at several points, and Lefroy flung in the Americans in a counter-attack. That was a mighty performance. The engineers, yelling like dervishes, went at it with a bayonet, and those that preferred swung their rifles as clubs. It was terribly costly fighting and all wrong, but it succeeded. They cleared the Boche out of a ruined farm he had rushed and a little wood, and we established our front. Blenkiron, who saw it all, for he went with them and got the tip of an ear picked off by a machine-gun bullet, hadn't any words wherewith to speak of it. "And I once said those boys looked puffy," he moaned. The next phase, which came about midday, was the tanks. I had never seen the German variety, but had heard that it was speedier and heavier than ours, but unwieldy. We did not see much of their speed, but we found out all about their clumsiness. Had the things been properly handled, they should have gone through us like rotten wood. But the whole outfit was bungled. It looked good enough country for the use of them, but the men who made our positions had had an eye to this possibility. The great monsters, mounting a field gun besides other contrivances, wanted something like a high road to be happy in. They were useless over anything like difficult ground. The ones that came down the main road got on well enough at the start, but Blenkiron very sensibly had mined the highway, and we blew a hole like a diamond pit. One lay helpless at the foot of it, and we took the crew prisoner. Another stuck its nose over and remained there till our field guns got the range and knocked it silly. As for the rest, there is a marshy lagoon called the Pat d'Oie beside the farm of Gavrelle, which runs all the way north to the river, though in most places it only seems like a soft patch in the meadows. This the tanks had to cross to reach our line, and they never made it. Most got bogged and made pretty targets for our gunners. One or two returned, and one, the Americans, creeping forward under cover of a little stream, blew up with the time fuse. By the middle of the afternoon I was feeling happier. I knew the big attack was still to come, but I had my forward zone intact, and I hoped for the best. I remember I was talking to Wake, who had been going between the two zones, when I got the first warning of a new and unexpected peril. A dud shell plumped down a few yards from me. "Those fools across the river are firing short and badly off the straight," I said. Wake examined the shell. "No, it's a German one," he said. Then came others, and there could be no mistake about the direction, followed by a burst of machine-gun fire from the same quarter. We ran in cover to a point from which we could see the north bank of the river, and I got my glass on it. There was a lift of land from behind which the fire was coming. We looked at each other, and the same conviction stood in both faces. The Boche had pushed down the northern bank, and we were no longer in line with our neighbours. The enemy was in a situation to catch us with his fire on our flank and left rear. We couldn't retire to conform, for to retire meant giving up our prepared position. It was the last straw to all our anxieties, and for a moment I was at the end of my wits. I turned to Wake, and his calm eyes pulled me together. "If they can't retake that ground, we're fairly carted," I said. "We are. Therefore they must retake it." "I must get on to Mitchinson." But as I spoke I realised the futility of a telephone message to a man who was pretty hard up against it himself. Only an urgent appeal could effect anything. I must go myself. No, that was impossible. I must send Lefroy, but he couldn't be spared. And all my staff officers were up to their necks in the battle. Besides, none of them knew the position as I knew it. And how to get there? It was a long way round by the bridge at Loisy. Suddenly I was aware of Wake's voice. "You had better send me," he was saying. "There's only one way, to swim the river a little lower down." That's too damnably dangerous. I won't send any man to certain death." "But I volunteer," he said. "That, I believe, is always allowed in war." "But you'll be killed before you can cross." "Send a man with me to watch. If I get over, you may be sure I'll get to General Mitchinson. If not, send somebody else by Loisy. There's desperate need for hurry, and you see yourself it's the only way." The time was past for argument. I scribbled a line to Mitchinson as his credentials. No more was needed, for Wake knew the possession as well as I did. I sent an orderly to accompany him to his starting place on the bank. "Good-bye," he said, as we shook hands. "You'll see. I'll come back all right." His face, I remember, looked singularly happy. 5 minutes later the Boche guns opened for the final attack. I believe I kept a cool head. At least so Lefroy and the others reported. They said I went about all afternoon grinning as if I liked it, and that I never raised my voice once. It's rather a fault of mine that I bellow in a scrap. But I know I was feeling anything but calm, for the problem was ghastly. It all depended on Wake and Mitchinson. The flanking fire was so bad that I had to give up the left of the forward zone, which caught it fairly, and retire the men there to the battle zone. The latter was better protected, for between it and the river was a small wood, and the bank rose into a bluff which sloped inwards towards us. This withdrawal meant a switch, and a switch isn't a pretty thing when it has to be improvised in the middle of a battle. The Boche had counted on that flanking fire. His plan was to break our two wings, the old Boche plan which crops up in every fight. He left our centre at first pretty well alone, and thrust along the river bank and to the wood of La Bruyère, where we linked up with the division on our right. Lefroy was in the first area and Masterton in the second, and for 3 hours it was as desperate a business as I have ever faced. The improvised switch went, and more of the forward zone disappeared. It was a hot, clear spring afternoon, and in the open fighting the enemy came on like troops at manoeuvres. On the left they got into the battle zone, and I can see yet Lefroy's great figure leading a counter-attack in person, his face all puddled with blood from a scalp wound. I would have given my soul to be in two places at once, but I had to risk our left and keep close to Masterton, who needed me most. The wood of La Bruyère was the maddest sight. Again and again the Boche was almost through it. You never knew where he was, and most of the fighting there was duels between machine-gun parties. Some of the enemy got around behind us, and only a fine performance of a company of Cheshires saved a complete breakthrough. As for Lefroy, I don't know how he stuck it out, and he doesn't know himself, for he was galled all the time by that accursed flanking fire. I got a note about 4:30 saying that Wake had crossed the river, but it was some weary hours after that before the fire slackened. I tore back and forward between my wings, and every time I went north I expected to find that Lefroy had broken. But by some miracle he held. The Boche were in his battle zone time and time again, but he always flung them out. I have a recollection of Blenkiron, stark mad, encouraging his Americans with strange tongues. Once as I passed him I saw that he had his left arm tied up. His blackened face grinned at me. "This bit of landscape's mighty unsafe for democracy," he croaked. "For the love of Mike, get your guns onto those devils across the river. They're plaguing my boys too bad." It was about 7 o'clock, I think, when the flanking fire slacked off, but it was not because of our divisional guns. There was a short and very furious burst of artillery fire on the north bank, and I knew it was British. Then things began to happen. One of our planes, they had been marvellous all day, swinging down like hawks for machine-gun bouts with the Boche infantry, reported that Mitchinson was attacking hard and getting on well. That eased my mind, and I started off for Masterton, who was in greater straits than ever, for the enemy seemed to be weakening on the river bank and putting his main strength in against our right. But my GSO-2 stopped me on the road. "Wake," he said, "he wants to see you." "Not now," I cried. "He can't live many minutes." I turned and followed him to the ruinous cowshed, which was my divisional headquarters. Wake, as I heard later, had swum the river opposite to Mitchinson's right and reached the other shore safely, though the current was whipped with bullets. But he had scarcely landed before he was badly hit by shrapnel in the groin. Walking at first with support and then carried on a stretcher, he managed to struggle on to the divisional headquarters, where he gave my message and explained the situation. He would not let his wound be looked to till his job was done. Mitchinson told me afterwards that with a face grey from pain he drew for him a sketch of our position and told him exactly how near we were to our end. After that he asked to be sent back to me, and they got him down to Loisy in a crowded ambulance, and then up to us in a returning empty. The M.O. who looked at his wound saw that the thing was hopeless and did not expect him to live beyond Loisy. He was bleeding internally, and no surgeon on earth could have saved him. When he reached us he was almost pulseless, but he recovered for a moment and asked for me. I found him, with blue lips and a face drained of blood, lying on my camp bed. His voice was very small and far away. "How goes it?" he asked. "Please God, we'll pull through, thanks to you, old man." "Good," he said, and his eyes shut. He opened them again. "Funny thing, life. A year ago I was preaching peace. I'm still preaching it. I'm not sorry." I held his hand till 2 minutes later he died. In the press of a fight one scarcely realizes death, even the death of a friend. It was up to me to make good my assurance to Wake, and presently I was off to Masterton. There, in that shambles of La Bruyere, while the light faded, there was a desperate and most bloody struggle. It was the last lap of the contest. 12 hours now, I kept telling myself, and the French will be here and will have done our task. Alas, how many of us would go back to rest? Hardly able to totter, our counter-attacking companies went in again. They had gone far beyond the limits of mortal endurance, but the human spirit can defy all natural laws. The balance trembled, hung, and then dropped the right way. The enemy impetus weakened, stopped, and the ebb began. I wanted to complete the job. Our artillery put up a sharp barrage, and the little I had left comparatively fresh I sent in for a counterstroke. Most of the men were untrained, but there was that in our ranks which dispensed with training, and we had caught the enemy at the moment of lowest vitality. We pushed him out of La Bruyere, we pushed him back to our old forward zone, we pushed him out of that zone to the position from which he had begun the day. But there was no rest for the weary. We had lost at least a third of our strength, and we had to man the same long line. We consolidated it as best we could, started to replace the wiring that had been destroyed, found touch with the division on our right, and established outposts. Then after a conference with my brigadiers I went back to my headquarters, too tired to feel either satisfaction or anxiety. In 8 hours the French would be here. The words made a kind of litany in my ears. In the cowshed where Wake had lain, 2 figures awaited me. The talc-enclosed candle revealed Hamilton and Amos, dirty beyond words, smoke-blackened, blood-stained, and intricately bandaged. They stood stiffly to attention. "Sir, the prisoner," said Hamilton. "I have to report that the prisoner is dead." I stared at them, for I had forgotten Ivery. He seemed a creature of a world that had passed away. "Sir, it was like this. Ever sin' this morning the prisoner seemed to wake up. Ye'll mind that he was in a kind of a dream all week. But he got some new notions in his head, and when the battle began he exhibited signs of restlessness. Whilst he would lie down in the trench, and whilst he was wanted back to the dugout. According to instructions I provided him with a rifle, but he didn't seem to ken how to handle it. It was your orders, sir, that he was to have means to defend himself if the enemy came on, so Amos gived him a trench knife. But very soon he looked as if he was ettlin' to cut his throat, so I deprived him of it." Hamilton stopped for breath. He spoke as if he were reciting a lesson, with no stops between the sentences. "I jaloused, sir, that he wouldna last oot the day, and Amos here was of the same opinion. The end came at 20 minutes past 3. I ken the time, for I had just compared my watch with Amos. You'll mind that the Germans were beginning a big attack. We were in the front trench of what they call the battle zone, and Amos and me was keeping our eyes on the enemy, who could be observed dribbling over the open. Just then the prisoner catches sight of the enemy and jumps up on top. Amos tried to hold him, but he kicked him in the face. The next we kenned he was running very fast towards the enemy, holding his hands over his head and crying out loud in a foreign language." "It was German," said the scholarly Amos through his broken teeth. "It was German," continued Hamilton. "It seemed as if he was appealing to the enemy to help him. But they paid no attention, and he came under fire of their machine guns. We watched him spin round like a teetotum, and kenned that he was by with it." "You are sure he was killed?" I asked. "Yes, sir. When we counter-attacked we found his body." There is a grave close by the farm of Gavrelle, and a wooden cross at its head bears the name of the Graf von Schwabing and the date of his death. The Germans took Gavrelle a little later. I am glad to think that they read that inscription. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Summons Comes for Mr. Standfast. I slept for 1 3/4 hours that night, and when I awoke I seemed to emerge from deeps of slumber which had lasted for days. That happens sometimes after heavy fatigue and great mental strain. Even a short sleep sets up a barrier between past and present, which has to be elaborately broken down before you can link on with what has happened before. As my wits groped at the job, some drops of rain splashed on my face through the broken roof. That hurried me out of doors. It was just after dawn, and the sky was piled with thick clouds, while a wet wind blew up from the southwest. The long prayed-for break in the weather seemed to have come at last. A deluge of rain was what I wanted, something to soak the earth and turn the roads into watercourses and clog the enemy transport, something above all to blind the enemy's eyes. For I remembered what a preposterous bluff it all had been, and what a piteous broken handful stood between the Germans and their goal. If they knew, if they only knew, they would brush us aside like flies. As I shaved, I looked back on the events of yesterday as on something that had happened long ago. I seemed to judge them impersonally, and I concluded that it had been a pretty good fight. A scratch force, half of it dog-tired and half of it untrained, had held up at least a couple of fresh divisions. But we couldn't do it again, and there were still some hours before us of desperate peril. When had the Corps said that the French would arrive? I was on the point of shouting for Hamilton to get Wake to rig up Corps headquarters when I remembered that Wake was dead. I had liked him and greatly admired him, but the recollection gave me scarcely a pang. We were all dying, and he had only gone on a stage ahead. There was no morning strafe, such as had been our usual fortune in the past week. I went out of doors and found a noiseless world under the lowering sky. The rain had stopped falling, the wind of dawn had lessened, and I feared that the storm would be delayed. I wanted it at once to help us through the next hours of tension. Was it in 6 hours that the French were coming? No, it must be 4. It couldn't be more than 4, unless somebody had made an infernal muddle. I wondered why everything was so quiet. It would be breakfast time on both sides, but there seemed no stir of man's presence in that ugly strip half a mile off. Only far back in the German hinterland I seemed to hear the rumour of traffic. An unslept and unshaven figure stood beside me, which revealed itself as Archie Roylance. "Been up all night?" he said cheerfully, lighting a cigarette. "No, I haven't had breakfast. The skipper thought we'd better get another anti-aircraft battery up this way, and I was superintending the job. He's afraid of the Hun getting over your lines and spying out the nakedness of the land. For you know we're uncommon naked, sir. Also," and Archie's face became grave, "the Hun's pouring divisions down on this sector. As I judge, he's blowing up for a thundering big drive on both sides of the river. Our lads yesterday said all the country back of Peronne was lousy with new troops. And he's getting his big guns forward too. You haven't been troubled with them yet, but he has got the roads mended and a devil of a lot of new light railways, and any moment we'll have the 5.9 saying, 'Good morning.' Pray heaven you get relieved in time, sir. I take it there's not much risk of another push this morning." "I don't think so. The Boche took a nasty knock yesterday, and he must fancy we're pretty strong after that counter-attack. I don't think he'll strike till he can work both sides of the river, and that'll take time to prepare. That's what his fresh divisions are for. But remember, he can attack now if he likes. If he knew how weak we were, he's strong enough to send us all to glory in the next 3 hours. It's just that knowledge that you fellows have got to prevent his getting. If a single Hun plane crosses our lines and returns, we're wholly and utterly done. You've given us splendid help since the show began, Archie. For God's sake, keep it up to the finish and put every machine you can spare in the sector." "We're doing our best," he said. "We got some more fighting scouts down from the north, and we're keeping our eyes skinned. But you know as well as I do, sir, that it's never an absolute certainty. If the Hun sent over a squadron, we might beat 'em all down but one, and that one might do the trick. It's a matter of luck. The Hun's got the wind up all right in the air just now, and I don't blame the poor devil. I'm inclined to think that we haven't had the pick of his push here. Jennings says he's doing good work in Flanders, and they reckon there's a deuce of a thrust coming there pretty soon. I think we can manage the kind of footler he's been sending over here lately, but if Lensch or some lad like that were to choose to turn up, I wouldn't say what might happen. The air's a big lottery," and Archie turned a dirty face skyward where 2 of our planes were moving very high towards the east. The mention of Lensch brought Peter to mind, and I asked if he had gone back. "He won't go," said Archie, "and we haven't the heart to make him. He's very happy, and he plays about with the gladdest single-seater. He's always speaking about you, sir, and it'd break his heart if we shifted him." I asked about his health, and was told that he didn't seem to have much pain. "But he's a bit queer," and Archie shook a sage head. "One of the reasons why he won't budge is because he says God has some work for him to do. He's quite serious about it, and ever since he got the notion he has perked up amazin'. He's always asking about Lensch, too, not vindictive, like you understand, but quite friendly. Seems to take a sort of proprietary interest in him. I told him that Lensch had had a far longer spell of first-class fighting than anybody else, and was bound by the law of averages to be down soon, and he was quite sad about it." I had no time to worry about Peter. Archie and I swallowed breakfast, and I had a powwow with my brigadiers. By this time I had got through to Corps headquarters and got news of the French. It was worse than I expected. General Péguy would arrive about 10 o'clock, but his men couldn't take over till well after midday. The Corps gave me their whereabouts, and I found it on the map. They had a long way to cover yet, and then there would be the slow business of relieving. I looked at my watch. There were still 6 hours before us, when the Boche might knock us to blazes, 6 hours of maddening anxiety. Lefroy announced that all was quiet on the front, and that the new wiring at the Bois de la Bruyère had been completed. Patrols had reported that, during the night, a fresh German division seemed to have relieved that which we had punished so stoutly yesterday. I asked him if he could stick it out against another attack. "No," he said without hesitation, "we're too few and too shaky on our pins to stand any more. I've only a man to every 3 yards." That impressed me, for Lefroy was usually the most devil-may-care optimist. "Curse it, there's the sun!" I heard Archie cry. It was true, for the clouds were rolling back, and the centre of the heavens was a patch of blue. The storm was coming, I could smell it in the air, but probably it wouldn't break till the evening. Where, I wondered, would we be by that time? It was now 9 o'clock, and I was keeping tight hold on myself, for I saw that I was going to have hell for the next hours. I am a pretty stolid fellow in some ways, but I have always found patience and standing still the most difficult job to tackle, and my nerves were all tattered from the long strain of the retreat. I went up to the line and saw the battalion commanders. Everything was unwholesomely quiet there. Then I came back to my headquarters to study the reports that were coming in from the air patrols. They all said the same thing: abnormal activity in the German back areas. Things seemed shaping for a new 21st of March, and if our luck were out, my poor little remnant would have to take the shock. I telephoned to the Corps and found them as nervous as me. I gave them the details of my strength and heard an agonized whistle at the other end of the line. I was rather glad that I had companions in the same purgatory. I found I couldn't sit still. If there had been any work to do, I would have buried myself in it, but there was none. Only this fearsome job of waiting. I hardly ever feel cold, but now my blood seemed to be getting thin, and I astonished my staff by putting on a British warm and buttoning up the collar. Round that derelict farm I ranged like a hungry wolf, cold at the feet, queasy in the stomach, and mortally edgy in the mind. Then suddenly the cloud lifted from me, and the blood seemed to run naturally in my veins. I experienced the change of mood which a man feels sometimes when his whole being is fined down and clarified by long endurance. The fight of yesterday revealed itself as something rather splendid. What risks we had run, and how gallantly we had met them! My heart warmed as I thought of that old division of mine, those ragged veterans that were never beaten as long as breath was left in them. And the Americans, and the boys from the machine-gun school, and all the oddments we had commandeered, and old Blenkiron raging like a good-tempered lion. It was against reason that such fortitude shouldn't win out. We had snarled round and bitten the Boche so badly that he wanted no more for a little. He would come again, but presently we should be relieved, and the gallant bluecoats, fresh as paint and burning for revenge, would be there to worry him. I had no new facts on which to base my optimism, only a changed point of view, and with it came a recollection of other things. Wake's death had left me numb before, but now the thought of it gave me a sharp pang. He was the first of our little confederacy to go, but what an ending he had made, and how happy he had been in that mad time when he had come down from his pedestal and become one of the crowd. He had found himself at last, and who could grudge him such happiness? If the best were to be taken, he would be chosen first, for he was a big man before whom I uncovered my head. The thought of him made me very humble. I had never had his troubles to face, but he had come clean through them and reached a courage which was for ever beyond me. He was the faithful among us pilgrims who had finished his journey before the rest. Mary had foreseen it. There is a price to be paid, she had said, the best of us. And at the thought of Mary a flight of warm and happy hopes seemed to settle on my mind. I was looking again beyond the war to that peace which she and I would some day inherit. I had a vision of a green English landscape with its far-flung sense of wood and meadow and garden, and that face of all my dreams, with the eyes so childlike and brave and honest, as if they too saw beyond the dark to a radiant country. A line of an old song, which had been a favourite of my father's, sang itself in my ears. There's an eye that ever weeps, and a fair face will be fain, when I ride through Annan Water wi' my bonny bands again. We were standing by the crumbling rails of what had once been the farm sheepfold. I looked at Archie, and he smiled back at me, for he saw that my face had changed. Then he turned his eyes to the billowing clouds. I felt my arm clutched. "Look there," said a fierce voice, and his glasses were turned upward. I looked, and far up in the sky saw a thing like a wedge of wild geese flying towards us from the enemy's country. I made out the small dots which composed it, and my glass told me that they were planes. But only Archie's practised eye knew that they were enemy. "Boche?" I asked. "Boche," he said. "My God, we're for it now." My heart had sunk like a stone, but I was fairly cool. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 10 minutes to 11. "How many?" "5," said Archie, "or there may be 6, not more." "Listen," I said, "get on to your headquarters. Tell them that it's all up with us if a single plane gets back. Let them get well over the line, the deeper in the better, and tell them to send up every machine they possess and down them all. Tell them it's life or death. Not one single plane goes back. Quick!" Archie disappeared, and as he went our anti-aircraft guns broke out. The formation above opened and zigzagged, but they were too high to be in much danger. But they were not too high to see that which we must keep hidden or perish. The roar of our batteries died down as the invaders passed westward. As I watched their progress they seemed to be dropping lower. Then they rose again, and a bank of cloud concealed them. I had a horrid certainty that they must beat us, that some at any rate would get back. They had seen thin lines in the roads behind us empty of supports. They would see, as they advanced, the blue columns of the French coming up from the southwest, and they would return and tell the enemy that a blow now would open the road to Amiens and the sea. He had plenty of strength for it, and presently he would have overwhelming strength. It only needed a spear point to burst the jerry-built dam and let the flood through. They would return in 20 minutes, and by noon we would be broken, unless the miracle of miracles happened and they never returned. Archie reported that his skipper would do his damnedest and that our machines were now going up. "We've a chance, sir," he said, "a good sportin' chance." It was a new Archie, with a hard voice, a lean face and very old eyes. Behind the jagged walls of the farm buildings was a knoll which had once formed part of the high road. I went up there alone, for I didn't want anybody near me. I wanted a viewpoint, and I wanted quiet, for I had a grim time before me. From that knoll I had a big prospect of country. I looked east to our lines, on which an occasional shell was falling, and where I could hear the chatter of machine guns. West there was peace, for the woods closed down on the landscape. Up to the north, I remember, there was a big glare as from a burning dump, and heavy guns seemed to be at work in the Ancre valley. Down in the south there was the dull murmur of a great battle, but just around me in the gap, the deadliest place of all, there was an odd quiet. I could pick out clearly the different sounds. Somebody down at the farm had made a joke, and there was a short burst of laughter. I envied the humorist his composure. There was a clatter and jingle from a battery changing position. On the road a tractor was jolting along. I could hear its driver shout and the screech of its unoiled axle. My eyes were glued to my glasses, but they shook in my hands so that I could scarcely see. I bit my lip to steady myself, but they still wavered. From time to time I glanced at my watch. 8 minutes gone. 10. 17. If only the planes would come into sight. Even the certainty of failure would be better than this harrowing doubt. They should be back by now, unless they had swung north across the salient, or unless the miracle of miracles... Then came the distant yapping of an anti-aircraft gun, caught up the next second by others, while smoke patches studded the distant blue sky. The clouds were banking in mid-heaven, but to the west there was a big clear space, now woolly with shrapnel bursts. I counted them mechanically, 1, 3, 5, 9, with despair beginning to take the place of my anxiety. My hands were steady now, and through the glasses I saw the enemy. 5 attenuated shapes rode high above the bombardment, now sharp against the blue, now lost in a film of vapour. They were coming back, serenely, contemptuously, having seen all they wanted. The quiet was gone now, and the din was monstrous. Anti-aircraft guns, singly and in groups, were firing from every side. As I watched, it seemed a futile waste of ammunition. The enemy didn't give a tinker's curse for it. But surely there was one down. I could only count 4 now. No, there was the 5th coming out of a cloud. In 10 minutes they would be all over the line. I fairly stamped in my vexation. Those guns were no more use than a sick headache. Oh, where in God's name were our own planes? At that moment they came, streaking down into sight, 4 fighting scouts with the sun glinting on their wings and burnishing their metal cowls. I saw clearly the rings of red, white and blue. Before their downward drive, the enemy instantly spread out. I was watching with bare eyes now, and I wanted companionship, for the time of waiting was over. Automatically I must have run down the knoll, for the next I knew I was staring at the heavens with Archie by my side. The combatants seemed to couple instinctively. Diving, wheeling, climbing, a pair would drop out of the melee or disappear behind a cloud. Even at that height I could hear the methodical rat-tat-tat of the machine guns. Then there was a sudden flare and wisp of smoke. A plane sank, turning and twisting, to earth. "Hun," said Archie, who had his glasses on it. Almost immediately another followed. This time the pilot recovered himself while still 1,000 feet from the ground and started gliding for the enemy lines. Then he wavered, plunged sickeningly, and fell headlong into the wood behind La Bruyère. Farther east, almost over the front trenches, a 2-seater Albatross and a British pilot were having a desperate tussle. The bombardment had stopped, and from where we stood every movement could be followed. First one, then another climbed uppermost and dived back, swooped out and wheeled in again, so that the 2 planes seemed to clear each other only by inches. Then it looked as if they closed and interlocked. I expected to see both go crashing, when suddenly the wings of one seemed to shrivel up and the machine dropped like a stone. "Hun," said Archie, "that makes 3. Oh, good lads, good lads." Then I saw something which took away my breath. Sloping down in wide circles came a German machine, and following, a little behind and a little above, a British. It was the first surrender in mid-air I had seen. In my amazement I watched the couple right down to the ground till the enemy landed in a big meadow across the high road and our own men in a field nearer the river. When I looked back into the sky it was bare. North, south, east and west there was not a sign of aircraft, British or German. A violent trembling took me. Archie was sweeping the heavens with his glasses and muttering to himself, where was the fifth man? He must have fought his way through and it was too late. But was it? From the toe of a great rolling cloud bank a flame shot earthwards, followed by a V-shaped trail of smoke. British or Boche? British or Boche? I didn't wait long for an answer, for riding over the far end of the cloud came 2 of our fighting scouts. I tried to be cool and snapped my glasses into their case, though the reaction made me want to shout. Archie turned to me with a nervous smile and a quivering mouth. "I think we have won on the post," he said. He reached out a hand for mine, his eyes still on the sky, and I was grasping it when it was torn away. He was staring upwards with a white face. We were looking at the 6th enemy plane. It had been behind the others and much lower, and was making straight at great speed for the east. The glasses showed me a different type of machine, a big machine with short wings, which looked menacing as a hawk in a covey of grouse. It was under the cloud bank, and above, satisfied, easing down after their fight, and unwitting of this enemy, rode the 2 British craft. A neighbouring anti-aircraft gun broke out into a sudden burst, and I thanked heaven for its inspiration. Curious as to this new development, the 2 British turned, caught sight of the Boche and dived for him. What happened in the next minutes I cannot tell. The 3 seemed to be mixed up in a dogfight, so that I could not distinguish friend from foe. My hands no longer trembled, I was too desperate. The patter of machine guns came down to us, and then one of the 3 broke clear and began to climb. The others strained to follow, but in a second he had risen beyond their fire, for he had easily the pace of them. Was it the Hun? Archie's dry lips were talking. "It's Lensch," he said. "How do you know?" I gasped angrily. "Can't mistake him. Look at the way he slipped out as he banked. That's his patent trick." In that agonizing moment hope died in me. I was perfectly calm now, for the time for anxiety had gone. Farther and farther drifted the British pilots behind, while Lensch, in the completeness of his triumph, looped more than once as if to cry an insulting farewell. In less than 3 minutes he would be safe inside his own lines, and he carried the knowledge which for us was death. Someone was bawling in my ear and pointing upward. It was Archie, and his face was wild. I looked and gasped, seized my glasses and looked again. A second before, Lensch had been alone. Now there were 2 machines. I heard Archie's voice. "My God, it's the Gladys, the little Gladys." His fingers were digging into my arm and his face was against my shoulder. And then his excitement sobered into an awe which choked his speech as he stammered, It's old..." But I did not need him to tell me the name, for I had divined it when I first saw the new plane drop from the clouds. I had that queer sense that comes sometimes to a man, that a friend is present when he cannot see him. Somewhere up in the void 2 heroes were fighting their last battle, and one of them had a crippled leg. I had never any doubt about the result, though Archie told me later that he went crazy with suspense. Lensch was not aware of his opponent till he was almost upon him, and I wonder if by any freak of instinct he recognised his greatest antagonist. He never fired a shot, nor did Peter. I saw the German twist and sideslip as if to baffle the fate descending upon him. I saw Peter veer over vertically, and I knew that the end had come. He was there to make certain of victory, and he took the only way. The machines closed, there was a crash which I felt though I could not hear it, and the next second both were hurtling down, over and over, to the earth. They fell in the river just short of the enemy lines, but I did not see them, for my eyes were blinded and I was on my knees. After that it was all a dream. I found myself being embraced by a French general of division, and saw the first companies of the cheerful bluecoats whom I had longed for. With them came the rain, and it was under a weeping April sky that early in the night I marched what was left of my division away from the battlefield. The enemy guns were starting to speak behind us, but I did not heed them. I knew that now there were warders at the gate, and I believed that by the grace of God that gate was barred for ever. They took Peter from the wreckage with scarcely a scar except his twisted leg. Death had smoothed out some of the age in him and left his face much as I remembered it long ago in the Mashonaland hills. In his pocket was his old battered Pilgrim's Progress. It lies before me as I write, and beside it, for I was his only legatee, the little case which came to him weeks later, containing the highest honour that can be bestowed upon a soldier of Britain. It was from the Pilgrim's Progress that I read next morning, when, in the lee of an apple orchard, Mary and Blenkiron and I stood, in the soft spring rain, beside his grave. And what I read was the tale in the end, not of Mr. Standfast, whom he had singled out for his counterpart, but of Mr. Valiant for truth, whom he had not hoped to emulate. I set down the words as a salute and a farewell. Then said he, I am going to my father's, and though with great difficulty I am got hither, yet now I do not repent me of all the trouble I have been at to arrive where I am. My sword I give to him that shall succeed me in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to him that can get it. My marks and scars I carry with me, to be a witness for me that I have fought his battles, who now will be my rewarder. So he passed over, and all the trumpets sounded for him on the other side. End of chapter 22. End of Mr. Standfast by John Buchan.